Yeah, hello subs. There's an ad going on.
I
But
was-
we're talking to subs only.
I was
in the Drawk
born
and Sing
ready.
Screen. You were born ready? Hello subs.
I don't know if you've heard this, but I was born ready to talk to subs. When I was
That's so
born,
true
the
about
doctor
you.
looked over at my mom and went, "This kid here is ready to talk to subs."
That's what they said, and everyone was like the sandwich or
No,
like,
my mom thought I was going to be in the Navy. It was a very big confusing time for everyone.
everyone was like that can mean like a sex thing or a Navy thing or a sandwich or public transit, and none of those make sense. Like those aren't things you talk to.
Whoa.
What do you?
I'm pretty sure the doctor wouldn't have been talking about sex things. I was brand new.
Well, no, this is a doctor who's predicting your future. They're talking about you as an adult, clearly.
I mean, I guess, but I'm very uncomfortable.
There's like 4 things it could have been.
It wasn't this. I'll tell you this. They didn't think it was
this. This was an option. No one was aware that this was a choice.
The doctor was like, "I don't know what I'm saying here. I'm saying things and I'm just telling you I'm reading this kid and she has been born ready for subs."
And everyone's like, what the f do you mean? Like actually, what do you mean? Someone's saying, did we miss anything? What are they talking about? This is great. Actually, maybe this is the right way to start.
This is always the right way to start. Unhinged!
All right, I want to go proper live, but we can't because you guys have to see how cute Bellamy is. I put his new toy on him. I took him to the pet store and he, come here, buddy, look at me. I took him to the pet store
Make
and...
him big. Make him big.
Well, we don't have a big dog cam. That's on option. I took him to the pet store and the way that he gets new toys is I let him sniff all the toys and whichever one he shows the most interest in, he gets to take home when it's toy time. And the only toy he showed any interest in was giant lamb chop. Nothing but giant lamb chop had any interest for Bellamy. He wanted giant lamb chop and nothing else.
Such a good boy.
Yeah.
Now I feel bad that I haven't taken my dogs to go get a toy anytime in the last, I don't know, 1,000
That's
years.
why I did it. Ashlyn talked about a new toy that she got for her dog, and I was like, Bellamy hasn't had a new toy in like a year. He needs a new toy.
Darkakuro and Ragus and...
The Night Draws.
With the Night Draws.
You know what's crazy? The Night Draws is a name I could have seen myself picking. I could have picked that. I'm in a weird place where I hate the monarchy, but I think knights are so cool, and it's kind of hard to have knights without a monarchy.
I'm not gonna lie, everyone. You guys have been here forever. Some of you have been here since, like, somehow, like, the second one.
Yo, what's up, motherfuckers? How we doing? It's wild how many people joined early on.
I need to say my thing, you rude little sweary thing.
I can, yeah. What, is me cursing new? Is this a new development? Yeah.
Quit swearing. I'm trying to talk. What's up, squishies? It's squishing time, baby. It's squishing time.
Squish on, squishies.
That's the end. We're not done, baby. We're just starting. I gotta tell everyone, 6 things.
Okay. Can I say my one thing before your 6th thing? My one thing is... Is it any
kind of prediction?
No, my one thing is, I think I got cheated by where we grew up because I think my vocal range suits a southern accent better than this one.
Did you really just start your streaming by talking about how much better it would have been if you'd grown up somewhere else because your voice would have been so cool with a southern accent?
Look. I think overall I grew up in the better place for my vibe, but I do have to be honest, I think my vocal range suits this a lot better, honestly.
Oh my god.
Am I wrong? Come on.
I'm so sorry I didn't immigrate to the United States and grow you up in deep southern. I think you're fine. Because I can, let's go through the whole thing. Number 1.
Yeah.
I'm caught up!
You caught up! I was so glad I was at your house when it happened.
Round of applause.
No one can believe.
I don't know what to tell you. Nobody can believe it. It is the most exciting thing ever. So, number 2 is, I'm going to spoil the shit out of you today if you're not caught up.
Yeah,
and if that's uncomfortable.
If you're an anime only, you're in a danger zone. You're in the splash zone.
Oh, no. You're not in a danger zone. You are the danger zone. Thank you, everyone. Woo!
Anime only, just read the manga, please.
And then number 3 is I just randomly, while I was reading to catch up, I started just posting weird crap inside of Discord because I use Discord more than people who are new to Discord think. I know that because of my weird interaction with someone.
Yeah. People think that we're not there at all. I lurk. You are an active participant pretty regularly.
It's Dr. Jack. Dr. Jack has been here forever. Thank you, Dr. Jack.
Holy hell. Hello, Dr. Jack. Dr. Jack, you're incredible. You are
incredible. So it was, I was online and I would, all of a sudden I put, I'm racing along because somebody was talking about catching up. And I said, I'm in, and they were like, where are you, mama? Expecting me to give them a chapter. And I said, February.
I think March is when you said you first started because you shouted at me, I'm in March. And I was like, what does that mean?
No, I said February in in our Discord. And then I screamed to you, I'm in. Pearl being alive is not cool. Don't talk about that. That's not a thing we need to discuss.
Did I tell you that I got a comment on the Dressrosa video that was like, hey, Drawk, do you regret saying Pearl is dead after reading 1117? And I just had to reply, yes. I want to be honest.
Welcome to my life, baby.
I didn't actually think Pearl was dead. I just thought we'd never see him again, so I could call him dead safely. However, fuck.
You know what I kind of think? I'm starting to think Oda's watching the stream, and he was just like, screw you.
Fuck you, Pearl. Guys.
Inside of a cover story expletive.
I know this is doing the thing the person left over and doing a sidetrack, but I do think it's funny that Pearl is the only one who didn't get like a glow up. That Geen and Dawn Krieg look cool as fuck now, and Pearl looks the fucking same.
Yeah, who cares about Pearl? So then, as I was updating everyone, it was pretty cool that I just kept, delete your art. It was pretty cool that I just...
You're using it on a warm-up. I was going to delete this anyways.
Well, I think that's in a bad spirit, Drawk. You should delete some. You can't delete your other art, though. Can you refund
them? That's a warm-up. That was just practice.
Yeah.
Can someone refund them?
Refund them, please.
I don't want someone to waste to delete your art.
Never.
I'm just practicing right now. I'm just getting ready so that I can draw better.
Okay, let me finish my sentences. So as I was going through in Discord, everybody was kind of with me, and it was pretty amazing. I can't think of anyone here who's had a cooler catch-up experience. Maybe you have. Feel free to share it in Discord. But as I was moving through, I would either say the chapter or the date or an event. I would be like, "Oh my God, Brogy, is that you? Dory, are you back?" And then people would be like, oh my God, she's here. And it was so cool. And then when I got to the end, we all had like a freaking amazing celebration. It's one of the cooler moments ever. I can't imagine a better way than hanging out with the squishies while I caught up. Drawk was standing beside me and just, and every single chapter I would go through, he would have to like leave the room and come back and be like, ah! It was so cool.
It's
also cool because Drawk was with me because the two of us were doing, an event, charity event for a group that I am the president of the board, and it was freaking amazing because Drawk was with me. We got to share it. Shit, that was cool, eh?
It was great. It was. I was so happy I got to be there for it. I'm glad you didn't read sooner so that I got to be there when you caught up. It was perfect. It could have been better.
No, it couldn't have been better. I was thrilled with every little bit of it. I thought back on it later and said, like, dude, people all over the world say, "Hey, Curdy Dad." But yeah, I do say it. Okay, so that was the next thing. Then number 5 is it's hilarious to look at Whole Cake and how many people are so pressed about the politics in it from different perspectives. I had some people who are American telling me that I'm not American, so I should just shut my mouth, which I always find funny since every other country in the world is forced to learn so much about other countries and see ourselves as a globe.
Yeah.
And the United States is like, stay out of America. And I was like, are you kidding me? Do you know how much we study you? I've been consuming your media since I was 2 years old.
I want to say, I truly despise separately, and they're entirely different. I truly despise both the way Canadians react to criticism and Americans.
Yes.
Because Americans have the stay out of America, it's our country. And Canadians, I think I like it even less, which is if you criticize Canada, Canadians are always like, well, at least we're not America. And it's like, how is that? How are you okay with that being the bar you set for yourself?
That's not a thing that you're saying you're great.
At the very least, Americans, when you insult them, are like, at least I'm not Zimbabwe. Like, they at least respect that they are a country.
Respect Zimbabwe. So then the other funny thing was that then some Europeans were like, look, snooty Americans making everything about America. And I'm like, bro, I mean, I'm Canadian, but okay, pop off. Yeah. And then I was like, and this has a lot to do with America. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you get to change the way the world works. The United States does have a ton of pull and has been involved deeply in history. And people look at them because whether you like it or not, America's always been seen as sexier than Canada. Deny that. Nobody is like Canada.
Yeah, no, like America, here's how cool America is. America is so cool that they are still cool despite gestures broadly. If you can manage to be cool despite the everything,
gestures broadly,
the pure cool factor has to be unreal. Like how do you still manage to be cool with that happening? Like,
thank you, Paladin. Yeah, and so like, are you freaking kidding me right now? Come on, European. Like, you can't be pissed that I'm saying that a ton of this is about the United States. It is. Get over it. I'm Canadian. I still know it's about the United States.
People being like, Oda's Japanese. Why would you write about America? First of all, when we say neoliberalism, we don't mean just America, but also there's so many things that are clearly American. It is an influence. And also,
neoliberalism,
why would he write about the world's most powerful nation, the most powerful nation to ever exist? Why would he write about the most influential superpower? Tell me a time in history there is a nation more powerful than the United States.
Genghis Khan's.
I don't know. If a country folds the second the charismatic leader dies, I don't know if it's that powerful. He was powerful. The nation, Rome? Rome, okay. Rome, as far as the world that it knew.
Dude.
As far as the world that it knew, they owned more. I still think America's modern influence is unmatched. It's fucking wild. I still think
Britain was more powerful. They lasted longer. We're in a very weird, everyone's fallen down state right now.
At the very least, inarguably, the most powerful and dominant nation of the era.
Does the sun never set on the USA? I don't think so.
I mean, they do own some the fucking, what's it called? Little guy, that little, Samoa. So I don't think so.
Dear God, in Turkish.
Just because they have,
you can't say that.
Age does not equal power. That is true. My argument wasn't that Genghis Khan's nation wasn't powerful because of how long it lasted. It's that it fell apart the second its charismatic leader died. So I feel like it wasn't a nation that was powerful. It was him. He was the power.
So here's my point. When people also were pressed about it, I was like, and some people were super pressed about it. Then I had a third point where, besides the one that was like state of the United States, and the other one was like, you make every thing about the other United States. Then the other one is like, where do you get off saying that the United States was wrong here? And I was like, bro, can I just tell you right now that neoliberalism was also Canadian. It was also French, from the French, not from the Canadian French, which we're all famously thinking about right now. It was also Australian, English. Get over it. It's just that no one gives a shit about what we did as neoliberalists. They just want to talk about what the states did. So it is what it is.
Yeah. When we're talking about neoliberalism, I do think there were some comments that were very insightful and are going to add to how we have a discussion about it, for sure. I wanted to say, the biggest thing that I find funny when people are like, you only talk about what's wrong with America, when people do that, they clearly are not stream viewers, because y'all know how ready I am to bring up that Japan's an ethno-state, which I will say, the only reason critiques of neoliberalism don't work on Japan is because they don't even want to do the hand-wavy type of racial unity Big Mom wants. They are an ethno-state. That's the only reason that Whole Cake's not a critique of Japanese culture as well.
Aw, so sad. Sorry, Japan. Sorry about that.
I'm sure there's a lot of Japanese people who don't like the fact that they're ethno-state, but that's how it be.
I know, I follow one. They're so interesting.
Where the hell is my good style?
Then the next thing that I'm gonna say is
we got a lot to say.
Yeah, I said 6 things. I was pretty clear. How much fun I'm having running around the comment section. So I have never been allowed in this comment section and just get to run around with impunity. Like sometimes I'd go in there and I'd read like 2 words and be like, oh, nope, and run away. And sometimes I would be like, oh, that looks safe. And I'd read very slowly through, and I'm a fast reader, so it was painful. And then I would be like, nope. And then this time now, oh, baby, I'm all up in the comment section. I own that boy. And now I'm running around making random comments on people's shit and just like, woo! See me talk, baby. See me talk. Let me tell you about the Kaiser Wilhelm II and how he is a conservative monarchy and part of the conversation we were having about whole cake. Let me pop off, baby. Treat the boy. Anyways, I couldn't have more fun.
It's done. You missed it.
God dang it. So I am so excited. Thank you, Kazad. And also, this isn't thing 7. This is just an announcement. So that was the 6 things. I'm done them. And then the 7th thing isn't a 7th thing. It's just a whole different thing. New conversation.
New conversation.
I got to watch my very first One Piece thing. And because Dr. Jack had an idea that I would make a whole pile of thoughtful predictions next time, I'm staying out of the big things still. I'm going to, Dr. Jack. Just wait till people suddenly get a comment for me. Dr. Jack was like, maybe you should make a few predictions and think about it first before you go in. And I was like, that's fair. But I got to watch a couple of the One Piece things that are like not gonna ruin me. I got to watch the size comparison video, and I just got to turn on a video about One Piece and just like, boom, watch a cool video about all the different size comparisons. When I was done, I had a little tear in my eye, and I was like, oh, I'm so excited. Thank you. I saw Sam Fisher that there was a giant thing. I hadn't seen it was from you yet because mostly quarantine is lifted, Jelly Gremlin, but I did. Dr. Jack's idea was great, so we are going to take it, and I am, before we go whole hog on all the video recommendations, I'm going to do that. Everyone is obsessed with me watching Melon Tea and what's her face?
Oh.
I need to know her face. What?
I want to say on the note of not being spoiled by stuff. Sorry,
Murphy,
actually, I should let you say who you're going to say before. Yeah.
Murphy. Yeah. I'm super excited to see some of Murphy's stuff now. God.
I think her analysis videos where she talks about literary inspiration are fantastic. And like as a booktuber, absolutely like using her skills fantastically. Mugiwara no Goofy is good. I've mentioned before, Mugiwara no Goofy's whole shtick is something I thought about doing, but my comedy style just isn't right for, so I'm glad someone else did exactly my concept in a way that I don't think I could have. Because I'm funny, not the right kind of funny though. So, it doesn't work. I'm glad that he did it. Oh, what I was gonna say is people complain about Grand Line Reviews, thumbnails being so like weirdly clickbaity that they don't even really reflect the chapter he's covering. I have never been more glad for that, because the past few days while I've been trying not to read 1119 so we can read live together, I have seen his thumbnails and have no fucking spoilers, because who the hell knows what he's talking about in his thumbnails? I don't have to take them at face value.
I appreciate it for old me, because I can't tell you, like, I got spoiled on the C train because it was a big thing about the concept of the C train with a great big train on it. I mean, I was also excited. And I just got to say, like, if we weren't worried about me making predictions, I don't give a shit about spoilers normally, because I found that when somebody tells me something interesting that's going to happen in something, I'm really excited to see how we get there. That's something that I've always really enjoyed, being like, okay, shit, how are we getting there? But not really conducive to making a prediction.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
so it's had to be a different way.
Should we read chapter?
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard this. I'm on my victory lap right now. I'm on a high.
Victory lap.
Can you tell that I'm on a bit of a high right now?
I can. You're riding it. You're in this. Hunter x Hunter is good, but
I'm caught up. So before we read chapter 119, I'm not concerned at all. Everyone has been freaking out and spazzy. I've been seeing things online that are saying like, I'm freaking out. And I'm like, God dang. So I've had to avoid a lot of that shit, which was upsetting because I was like, damn it, people, I'm free. And then I wasn't. But I wasn't freaking out at all because no matter what happens with Bonnie, she isn't Joy Boy, dude. Joy Boy is a prophecy. Joy Boy is a thing that had to be created over such a huge period of time. She's not Joy Boy. She is an embodiment of joy. She's taking on a persona with her abilities. It's going to strengthen her and make her be a better person. Oh, Drawk, I remember the other thing we have to do so that I don't have to deal with the hatred.
Maybe we can clip whatever. Yeah, let's go for it.
So everybody remembers from here. Somebody was even like, is she going to apologize about Bonnie? No, I'm not. First of all the things I said in the last live stream, that's exactly how Oda wanted me to feel about the whole situation. Oda took us on a ride and he wanted me to see Bonnie and see her not caring for other people's safety. And people were like, are you going to apologize? I'm like, no, I was reading a piece. What do I have to apologize for? Enjoying the piece and getting into it in the spirit in which it was written? I don't think so. But it would be the same as people being upset at people who thought she was hot and then finding out she was a little girl. They were dealing with the information they had at the time. That's all. That's all they had.
I also
want to say, so you deal with the shit that you have in front of you. You don't have to apologize as a reader afterwards for your interpretation of information you didn't have yet.
I also want to say, like, yes, there are children who are more mature than Bonnie, who are younger, like Tama, but I want to say, like, Tama gets away with it because we know Tama's a child, and that's not something we question, so it just seems like an admirable trait a child has. If you're going to have a character be revealed to be a child, they kind of need to be childish, or it's going to feel like an asspull that they 100%. Were a child this whole time, which is why I think it's great 100%. Writing. And I think this was planned in a way most of the supernovas weren't, because way back in Sabaody and Marineford, you pointed out how Bonnie seemed childish and how she seemed to be very emotional and not have a control of her emotions.
100%. So he was already writing it in and I was already picking it up as a reader. So he had such deep, intentional planning on this sucker. Well done.
Are we ready to
read? I just want to say to people, I love Bonnie. And at no point are you going to hear me sit here and tell you right now about how upset I am that she is embodying the spirit of joy.
Granted, according to basically every survey, the very vocal minority who hate this are a very small minority.
Interesting. Do you know what else? When it's interesting reading this because, oh my God, am I going to get emotional? No emotional leakage. It's really interesting reading this. Damn it, I'm going to get emotional. Because Drawk has been trying to make me read One Piece for like 12, 13 years, 11 years, like a long time. And it's been so important to him. And he and I have been having like this war of attrition over the reading of One Piece. And the family will say at every event, stop pushing, stop pushing. And so it was really cool to me because on every single thing that I have, something that I've always said is I don't need my kids to be rich and famous. I don't need them. All I need them to do is look for joy. And all I want to do is live in joy too. And so all the sayings, 2 of my iPads, I had different thing. A thing done is one. Joy is in the doing. Search for joy. I had another one that said, joy is every breath I take. It's every exhale. Joy is the reason I wake in the morning. Like all the time, I search for things about joy because I think if you have joy, for me, I have to be kind to have joy. I have to like who I am. I have to enjoy other people. I have to prepare for futures. Joy for me is so much more. So to come to this point where Drawk has been pushing like a freaking crack pusher for 13 years and have it be a story that is completely based around the concept of joy? Shut up. I just feel like right time, right place. So I just want to say, first of all, Heichka Drawk, for taking your time to keep putting it at me, knowing that he said to me, I'm so glad that you're reading this, because one of my biggest concerns was that you would die and never have read a story that I knew would bond us and be so important to the two of us. And wow, what a magic to get to do it this way. So I just wanted to take a moment and say to everyone, Haitsepka, Siamnut for all of the people that we have on this journey with us and how much freaking fun it's been. It's been wild fun. And Heichka Drawk, I love you and I really appreciate all that you went through to make sure that this would be something we did together.
Love you too. That's incredibly sweet.
Oh, everyone, that was Hulkaminum, and it means thank you, my honored and respected friends.
I don't speak Hulkaminum. I'm not cool like Mama Drawk.
Mama Drawk speaks such very little Hulkaminum that she's only partially cool. So I mean,
you speak a lot more than the average Hulkaminum person.
Well, that's a sad statement of the world, but let's not be sad for now. All right. So I'm so happy to be here. And here we are in the massive victory lap. So now, Drawk, how do you want to read this together, since there's a little bit of lag and we've put off reading this?
I think we're going to observe the cover page, talk about what we see in it, move on. You voice the lady characters, I'll voice the guy characters. We'll describe the action of the page, then we'll flip the page.
Dude, this sounds like joy all on its own.
Okay.
Let me eat one of my cocoa covered chocolate almonds that you miss.
Oh, those are so good.
Yeah, baby, they're so good. All right. Ready to rock and roll?
Ready. All right. Cover page. Emmett.
You what?
Yeah,
what the hell is an Emmett?
Who's Emmett? Guys, who's Emmett? Here's Yamato. Heading on a pilgrimage. Pelted with rocks by children who hate Kaido. I mean, that's pretty fair, honestly.
Well, that's a hard one.
That
right?
Makes sense. Yeah. Like,
but they're trying
as in it makes sense ethically, but
yeah. But they're going to be trying to change their... Oh, it means truth. Emmett is a Hebrew word that means truth.
Okay.
Fascinating.
I need to hold off before we move on for a second because my wife is in here looking for something and I want to spoil her.
Yeah, she's one of those kids. One of those kids.
Hard truth? Okay. Oh, she's getting a fan. That makes sense. Oh, by the way, if the audio's bad today, I need AC. It's muggy as hell and I will die if the fan is not running. I'll just be killed. So the AC is running. Okay. We're good to go. Ready for next page? Next page. I just realized a problem with our plan. It's hard to know who's talking if they're not on screen. Oh, this is Kaku. Just go, Stussy. You said you know what I'll do next, didn't you? You think we're friends? Don't make me laugh. A cold-blooded colleague who I respect, maybe. But once Lucci is here, I won't be able to stop him.
Kaku. Just go.
Oh, no. I'm the just go.
No, because it's her talking.
No, that's definitely him talking. Look at little pointy. It's pointing at the guy in the hat.
Oh, yeah? I will allow you to live. Carry on.
Just go! It's Sissy and Kaku talking.
I can't believe that I don't get to be the joyous Luffy, but I'm going to get to be our joyous Bonnie, so I'm happy.
I mean, it's just easy to have a clean division. Yep. Now I'm having fun! And we got the little Oh, Bonnie looks so
right.
cute.
Let's read page by page. You read this page.
Oh, okay, fair. That's the same face as on Straw Hat Luffy's poster. Nika! Shout the giants. 2 Nikas? It's just an illusion of the age fruit. Know your place. Listen up, boys. You can't hurt these guys by ripping them up or crushing them. All right, you get the next page.
So I want you to wail on me as hard as you can.
What
so
the fuck
there's
are you
no
doing?
so there's no other way to do this. As hard as we can, eh? Ha! Say no more. You want me to punch you? Why? Help us out there. Do something about that bird. Put out the flames so we can sail. Stop dancing, you idiots. You were doing it too.
What the fuck, Luffy? That's goddamn horrifying.
That's
Why does he what he looks so
Why is his
scary.
hair that color?
Because he got burned. But he's so scary looking.
Loving it.
Hurry up while I got a hold of him. Captain's orders, Bonnie. Ifrit, Jamba, hell. And then Frankie prepared strong impact. And Bonnie, supersize Nika. Memories, right punch. So they all smack him as hard as they can. He's, yeah, all that hurts. Oh, be a Bonnie is hockey. Good for her. I mean, that makes sense. She had a basic armament. She's been a pirate.
And she's absolutely killing her hockey. She can't be at the same thing as Luffy no matter what. She hasn't developed herself over the time that he has with hockey alone.
But for being 12, having basic armament's pretty impressive. All right, next page.
What? We're hurting you? Well, yeah, of course it's going to hurt if you use Hacky. Gum, keep that pressure on, Bonnie. Push him like you're trying to squeeze the life from his lungs. What's wrong with you people?
So how do we... Don Balloon! You know what's crazy? This Gear Third was not what you said it was, where it was him absorbing impact to use as a weapon, but he did end up using that.
That is true. I was just looking at that and thinking, like, that's literally what I said he would do, and here we are.
Yeah, you said he would be absorbing impact to use as a weapon, and fucking there we go. It looks like the elders are blasting off again. Frankie probably does not have hockey. Oh, this goes back to a thing. People were like, why did the Flying Six not use any hockey against the crew? If my theory is right, and you only see hockey when you're reading from the perspective of someone who has it, then Sasaki probably did use hockey against Frankie, and you just didn't see it. Anyways, your page now.
Yeah, it's gone, and it can't come back. Let's get going, people.
They have magic summoning circles.
Where's Usopp's group? They should be coming down any second now, but they're late. I'll go and see. What? No, Atlas. York is monitoring us. Lilith, we should... But actually, look down there on the ground where our big old giant was. I've been waiting for you, big old giant.
He's on the bottom of the ocean.
Nothing.
This island is a hell of a drop-off.
Nothing of the sort.
Whole Cake Island. It's my boy. He's here. Huh? Oh, hey. But you might as well consider. It's back on. What's he talking about? Inherited through the years. It's back? The picture's fixed. There's a problem with the transmission? There's only a temporary break in the mental waves. You can only pray that those at the mercy of this reason... Fucking... Give it up more things and make more puzzles? You fucking bastard, Oda. You can only pray that those at the mercy of this reason... Transmission snails, memory, and mental waves work on separate circuits. You have to actually destroy it, elders. Look how cute her freckles are. Will be able to hear this message.
What did he just say? That just proved what we were talking about. Can only pray that those at the mercy of this reason will be able to hear this message.
So you can only pray that the D clan will be able to hear the message, but you already fucking...
I love that we're getting to see Gaiman. Huh? What the? Whoa, is that rain or bombs?
Oh, you're right. The last one, I didn't look at the panel. Oh, that's so cute.
It's Cypher Pole and a bunch of rubble. Why are they coming out of the sky? Catch them or they're going to die on impact. The Seraphim, too. It was that monster. It spit them all out. Oh, it looks like a fountain. They're coming this way. We need more distance.
Here it comes. Watch out for the suction. Now we're going backwards. Furl the sails. Use the oars. Enough of that. Wow. He does a big flompy punch. Go, Nika, go.
Did you just say flompy?
Monsters, cipher pull from the sky. Oh, look at baby doll. What, how adorable.
You did.
It's all a bad dream? Schnork. That's a schnork sound.
So once again, did you say flompy?
Did I say flompy? I don't think so.
You did.
I said thwompy. I said thwomp.
Okay, regardless.
It was thwompy. It was a thwompy punch.
There you go. My bad. Everything's better. Oh, shoot. There goes the boar. Watch out. He's really, really sturdy. Look at him. He'll smash the ship to pieces. We gotta flee. Boom, boom, boom. Bonnie! I can't. Freedom is tiring.
It's great.
Joy boy!
She got like 2 punches and was like, I'm fucking out, chief. Emits the name of Joy Boy? Is that the last person? Is that what?
Nope, that's the big thing coming out of the ground.
No, but look,
the robot.
Remember Emmett. Only when the time is right. Wait, Emmett's the robot. You're right. Emmett's the
robot.
The robot is Emmett.
Yeah.
It is a name? It's the name of a giant. The robot comes out of the water. Remember Emmett. Only when the time is right. Time is right? The heck is that? Luffy's freaking out. I'm so sad.
You don't mind me saying, the fact that the last page says, remember Emmett only when the time is right, and in Hebrew, Emmett means truth. Come on,
I should have made my face big for this reading. I just realized. Oh, well.
Come on.
YouTube. Sorry, Twitch. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, Emmett.
But we don't know if the boar's tusk is going to regenerate or not.
Emmett's going to bring some truth out on our asses.
I think this chapter proves a theory.
Yes, Para, from the golem in the Jewish folklore. You're 100% right.
God,
I guarantee
it. This chapter proves a theory, guys. The elders didn't eat devil fruits. They actually are demons. Look at that boar willingly jumping into the sea to attack the boat.
100%.
They are demons. They are real demons.
Expletive really did read along with us. Was that your first time, Expletive?
Oh my God. Yeah. The sea monster elder? Yeah, like... Oh, I didn't even realize the worm came out of the ocean. I thought it came out of the ground.
For you, Expletive, you didn't think you'd be able to do it. Kick ass, Expletive. Whole bunch of people were like, I don't know if I can do it. I'm going to break down.
Or did it come out of the ground? Because I see fire around it in this panel.
Emmett came out of the ground.
Yeah, no.
Or sorry, the water.
Emmett came out of the water.
But the worm came out of the edge.
I think came out of the ground, guys, because there's fire around it.
The worm came out of the edge. The worm is one of the dudes.
It came out of the coast. It came out of the land. Yeah. It's not a sea serpent. It's a worm. The boar, though, was willing to charge into the water. It's a sandworm.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. The worm came out of the coast because there's fire all around it. However, the boar was willing to dive into the sea. These aren't devil fruit users. They are demons. These are real demons.
Yeah, 100%. I looked it up and was like, okay, if these are the dudes, let me just see.
Holy fuck, guys. Holy fuck.
Wild.
We got demons here.
So dude who is, where is it? I'm just trying to find him because I was looking him up earlier.
At some point I wanna bring up my crackpot theory today, but I think that can wait till the end. About why they're demons and why I already thought they were demons.
I can't believe that originally you were saying that people didn't think they would have power.
Oh, there was a lot of people who were like, I think they're just administrative. I don't think they're strong. However, I don't think even the people who thought they were strong thought they would be as dangerous as they are. Like, did you think they'd be this strong?
Yes.
Really? You thought this level of strength? I couldn't have imagined they would be stronger. Like, okay, here's the thing. I don't actually think they are stronger than Big Mom or Kaido, but the fact that the sea doesn't kill them, so they don't have devil fruit weaknesses, and their regeneration means I think they are more dangerous. I don't think they're as, like, destructively powerful necessarily.
I thought they had to be this strong because why do you have something that are named after the planets that are called the elders that there's only 5 of that sit in a weird special room, and then as it went through, then they're the only ones that know about Emu, talk to Emu and get orders, guys, and I was like, well, these dudes are going to be freaking terrifying. We don't know it
about the water for sure. That thing was leaping into the sea. I think they are devils. I think this is the moment. I think this is the proof. They were already introduced with just saying what their what cryptids, what mythological creatures they were named after.
They're definitely
without
devils.
It saying devil fruits. But then on top of that, that boar was leaping into the goddamn ocean. When have you seen a devil fruit user?
Boar doesn't care. The boar is a real devil. Yeah. They don't care.
Yeah. When have you seen a devil fruit user, even one who can breathe underwater, willingly leap at the sea? That's crazy. Luffy does it regularly, but he's an idiot. That's a good point. I mean, Luffy does it for comedic effect. Brook doesn't have
to worry about.
Brook runs on water. I think
Brook does the runny runs.
This to me feels like the exact type of setup you would do to half-prove something where it's not technically proven, but it's huge evidence in favor. And he's been doing that the whole time, like not giving their devil fruits names. I think there's been so many teases of almost saying they're just real demons that I think it's intentionally waiting out how long you can go without explaining it. It's not proven, you are right, but I think it's just about.
That was an amazing chapter.
It's a shame the chapters are so short right now. I think Oda is having a rough go of it, which makes sense with his schedule.
Why? What do you mean?
Oh, just there was a short chapter, and the last chapter was short too.
What do you mean he's having a rough go of it?
He's been doing more breaks lately and shorter chapters.
Oh. What do you mean, but do we know information?
I mean, we know Toriyama died and that made him sad. Why did this go over here? Flip Studio, I didn't want you over here. Why did you go over here? Oh my god. You weren't supposed to move, Clip Studio. I was moving Chrome.
Yeah. I think Drawk does get stars and mushrooms now.
I get stars and mushrooms now? Oh, fuck. Okay, well, here's a prediction. You know what? Fuck it. Then this is a great segue into my crackpot theory. I think whoever has been kings of the world are served by these demons. I think they embody the corrupting influence of power. I think that when the Lunarians were in charge of the world, they were also there advising them and backing their power. I think they are not celestial dragons. That is a lie, and they are taking that form to blend in with them. Let me explain why. I have been reading a lot of manga, watching a lot of anime lately, and noticing a common thread of demons in Japanese media being a thing that exists to give power. They represent the concept of power corrupting by just giving people power and being present. So this is weird to say based off other stuff, but I think it's one of those things where I think there's a cultural illusion I don't understand, and I want to look more into it. So this is just a crackpot shot in the dark theory based off the conventions of Japanese storytelling that the elders are demons who exist to represent and embody the corrupting influence of power itself. That's my fucking theory. Let's stample it. You there? Madre? Guys, she gone. What happened to her? Oh no. Oh no, she gone. Guys. Well. So how's everybody doing? Yeah, we're going on an ad break early. Thank you, mods. I was about to do the same thing. Hi, subs. Let's hang out for a bit. I'm gonna call her quick. But yeah, it just seems like a common trend in Japanese storytelling is basically. Oh, you're back.
Can you hear me yet?
I can hear you again.
Can you hear me?
I can. What's up?
Can you hear me yet?
I can. You can't hear me. Oh my god. Yes, I can hear you. You can't hear me.
Oh, why?
I don't know. Why can't you hear? You keep saying, "Can you hear me?" And I say yes, and then you go, "Can you hear me?"
Okay, well, I think it's your fault, but I'll check.
Oh my god, it's not my fault because everyone can hear me, and my green light flashes on Discord.
I'm muting you. My microphone just died mid whatever.
Okay, well, oh no. I'll see you shortly.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye. Well, hopefully we figure that out. What? Uh-oh. Why does this happen to have to happen in the middle of my cool demon theory based off of nothing but cultural illusion?
Can I hear you?
Can you hear me? We doing this? We here? Oh no.
Do.
Uh-huh. So how's everybody doing today? How are we doing? Emu and Dragon are the One Piece incarnations of Tsukiyami and Susanoo. Luffy's a sun god, Amaterasu. Ace Kagutsuchi. I think Ace is just a failed Amaterasu. I think he was a potential candidate for the same role as I see it, but I could see that. Wait, did she grow a sash to become Nika? I guess they both change outfits when they become Nika.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We're back, baby!
We're back, baby! Your audio is slightly worse, but let's not fucking worry about that. We just gotta go.
Oh, there's no choice on that. My things died.
We're just in it. I have terrible news, which is I got a message from my wife saying I think I have to give up on going spoiler-free.
What do you mean, her? Did she hear things?
I'm way too loud. I'm too loud. The issue is my mic doesn't pick me up that loud, so I have to yell to be on par with you volume-wise, and I'm a very loud man. My voice carries. It penetrates the walls.
You know what? That's upsetting to me. She needs to read so that she can get ahead.
Oh my god.
Okay. Sorry that everything sucks, but can I just say about your theory about the dudes? That is literally one of those theories that I just... You remember when you said there are some things that you were like, yeah, I guess it's a theory, but I always just thought, like, how could it be anything else?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think your theory is wild. I just always thought, like, obviously, they call them the elders. They've obviously been around since the history of ever.
I always felt like they're immortal. I'm just going beyond that, and I think they were the servitors of the Lunarians, too. I think whoever's acting the seat of power for the world, they are the support for. Yeah.
I also think that they've just always been there because I think they're some type of demon.
Yeah.
Also, I do think there was some moment of joy boyation, however many years ago.
Someone else awakening the fruit 200 years ago, yeah.
I do think there was. I don't think it was just like a power source. I think it was a joy boy moment because lots of things had to go. Keeping in mind that Kuma literally had to go over and be like, I believe that this boy is going to be Joy Boy, who we've all been Nika. So because of that, I'm going to do these things. And so many people, and one of those things was, I'm going to put you somewhere where you can get stronger because you're not ready for this yet. And I'm actually just going to tell you, hey, I think you're going to be the savior of the world. Get the hell out of here and get stronger. Right? So maybe the 200 years Joy Boy didn't have that. Maybe they didn't have those people.
It's such a mark of faith. You pointed out when we were calling that Kuma risked.
No, don't say that yet. I want to talk about it in a minute.
Okay, we'll save it for the Kuma backstory. Whoop.
Yeah. So
suck back.
What chapter did we start on?
What chapter did we start? Fucking, I don't remember. We're in the zone now.
Okay, Shari, that's an interesting question. Do I get a diamond store for the prediction of Kuma's backstory when it hadn't been written yet?
It had been written. When you said Kuma's backstory would be the most tragic thing, it was in the middle of coming out. I don't think it's a diamond star. I think it's a gold star. I think it is it may be a shooting star. Maybe a shooting star, because you said it way back.
I'll give it a shooting star. I would agree, non-diamond star.
Yeah, diamond stars. The thing is, if we give out diamond stars too much, we're diluting their value, and the fact that you already have like fucking 5 or 6 of them is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we were on 193. Sweet. I
want to be frank. If we're right, and the elders serve the Lunarians too, if those demons represent the seed of power and the corruption of power, that's a diamond star for us. We get a diamond star for that one if that's real.
I would agree. And yet at the same time, I also feel like, how could it be anything else?
They could just be elders given powers, but it just doesn't feel like it. I feel like they are power itself.
That's exactly. Well, Emu is like a power itself.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, Raven, didn't you hear you weren't here in the beginning, Raven, and it shows, because I gave a whole freaking number 5 or something was about that. So do you think
Emu's part of that, and Emu was the one in charge with the Lunarians as well? Because I think Emu was one of the humans who rebelled against the Lunarians.
Except for, why would they then do everything for Emu?
Because that's what they are. They are corrupting power. They corrupted Emu and made him evil by giving him absolute authority.
But then I think also Emu is a woman.
Okay. I mean, I'm 50-50 on that one.
I think woman.
Okay.
Yeah, and
how do we start? We're
going to talk about. I know you've never been here before, Drawk, but what we do is we start in 1093. We just go to the place.
It feels so wild to be talking about something that I read so recently. I mean, real. I already think this Bonnie looks great. I'm feeling this.
But to be real, I think that I'm not taking a 50-50 stance right now. I might change my world to male later if I get new evidence, but my current evidence is like, that's a woman.
Okay.
Also, I started to let's just go to 1093. Let's do this the way we've done this, meaning like the way it's supposed to be done. Let's piece this shit.
Hell yeah.
This is the last time. So I just want to put this out there. This is the last time that we are going to be doing a giant swath of chapters together.
It is. From now on, we're going to be like weekly readers, and occasionally we're thinking at most twice a month you want to do streams where we stream the new scanlations when they come out with patrons.
Yeah, because somebody pointed out to me, who is a Japanese speaker, that it's really cool to get to read multiple translations because you get different words out. So I would like to read the scanlations twice a month with the squishies, the squishy Patreons. Don't forget to thank my squishy Patreons at the end of this today.
Okay.
You know what? Maybe I'll even do it.
Okay, go for it. I believe you can.
Hey, everybody out there in YouTube land. This is just me saying subscribe. Or don't. That's all. I'm done that now. Okay, here we go. I feel literally pumped up on goofballs.
You were going at it, right? You are in it.
Chapter 1093. Luffy does my very favorite part because this is the part I was talking about before, where he grabs what's his face by the body and then spins him around in a helicopter. Kizaru. And let's just have a talk about Kizaru for a minute, because I've been having some thoughts about Kizaru. He has this place back further when we were in the last little section. I took a picture of it, and he says and does the following things, which made me be like, awkward. studying the void century is a crime that even I can't defend, Sentamaru. I'm just another cog in the machine. That's its first thing, right?
Yeah.
And then later on, when he's talking to somebody again, there's this whole little sequence that he goes through where things are happening to him. And he talks about how he has somebody in the basement who's waiting for him. And he wants to do this one by the book. And then we watch when the things happen to Kuma. He says, "Thank you. I will gladly accept my fate if it means curing Bonnie's disease." And we see Kizaru get teary and put his hat on and turn away from it. So we have, I think in total, I counted, there were 6 panels where Kizaru had things taking place around him that he clearly felt uncomfortable with the way that the government was handling things, but he decided to toe the government line, which makes me think that in the future, Kizaru is going to break.
I feel the same way. I think Kizaru is not unlikely to break. It's about whether or not it happens on Egghead. I also feel like the symbolism of one light following the sun and one cold following the black hole, admirals finding lacking of justice in the Marines and following their own path and joining pirates, I think I love. Yeah. I think Kizaru, whether he joined Luffy's crew or not, following him as part of the fleet is something that I think is going to happen, which feels crazy.
I think it's inevitable. And I don't know if it's going to happen in Egghead or not. Part of me thought that that might be one of the get out of Egghead moments is Kizaru switching sides, because it would be good writing, but it would also be a little more predictable in the writing. You know what I mean?
It feels early, but there's not that much One Piece left.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, right. That's a good point. But for me, I started to think, well, Kizaru has to switch sides. Like calls like. He's the light of the world, so is Luffy. Luffy is the ultimate light of the world.
If Luffy's whole thing is inspiring people, this man needs freedom. Yes. Luffy gives people freedom. Like
exactly.
The same
and Luffy gives them agency.
Freedom. Yeah.
So and that's he may feel like he has freedom, but he doesn't have agency. Mm-hmm. And so I think that this is our sign that Kizaru is going to be not only switching sides, he's going to be switching sides just like the way other people follow Luffy. That people follow the light of the sun because Luffy is saying to them, you already have agency. You're in here because you think there's a form of justice, but you don't have to find justice from people who are at a corrupt source. Because remember I said to you that I think that the Navy is also just pirates. They run like pirates. That each of the ships in the Navy has its own captain who runs the ships, and that there's different levels of pirates, and that you see within the Navy that you also have the warlord level, and then you also have an emperor level, and then you have the penultimate kind of peace. And so I think that the people who are in the Navy do believe that they want that freedom. They want that running around the world, pissing off bad guys and keeping people from doing bad things. And yet within the government, we see right away, we've said it, like since the minute I started watching or reading this, I kept saying, like, I feel like there's just as many shit people on both sides and just as many good people on both sides. And that it's kind of weird how they look just the same. And I recently realized, they're basically pirates. They basically have the exact same structure as pirates. The difference is that they don't understand that they are being held in the thrall of these demons and Emu.
Yeah, it's just the justification of power. The only thing that separates them from pirates is that they're the ones with power. They have authority.
Exactly.
It's the same reason that Big Mom and Kaido are able to justify their violence within their own kingdoms, because they have power there.
Exactly. And so that's why I think that Kizaru will have this moment, because they've said, like, in different ways, dozens of times, that the reason that they don't frame what justice is because nobody could frame what justice is to another person. And yet they just run around with that. And I've said before, of course the government would want the Navy to run around like that, because then you have a little bit of chaos and people don't have a predictable life, which means they're more afraid of the government and they're more afraid to step out of its bounds. So
yeah, there is a need for people to see the power of the government as both something they rely on and a threat to keep order.
Precisely, which is the same way we have it now, which is why Oda likes to kind of highlight it.
And that's the exact same thing as Whitebeard claiming territory or Big Mom claiming territory as well.
Precisely.
You need to both depend on them and fear them.
Precisely, which is why I think it actually isn't as big of a leap as we make it out to be for Kizaru to switch teams. He's trying to be loyal because he does have a deep sense of justice inside of him. You can tell. And that's what he's decided to hang his hat on here, is his word to his job and to the people that he serves with, and that he has decided that he is on the side of right. But when he sees what the elders are and he watches what takes place, there's no way that there isn't something inside of him that has a shift.
Obviously,
and goes, shit.
Obviously, Kuzan could just be planning on betraying Blackbeard. But if he isn't, or even not, he's clearly using him. Whether or not he's going to betray him, he's clearly using him. But regardless, he is using him to pursue his own ideals of justice. And it just feels like it would be thematically weak writing if this torn, mentally broken man didn't follow the same path as Kuzan, but with the opposite of Blackbeard, and feel inspired to break free of his imprisonment and find agency. Like, if that didn't happen, it would feel like it's not taking advantage of the symbolic storyline we have. So
yeah, I agree. So that's why I'm saying, like, if Kizaru... Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's all. I was done.
That's why I'm saying I think Kizaru will switch sides. I don't know if it's now. I don't know if it's in the next one. I would do it. I would do it now if I was Oda, when I think about how I would write this, just to get it out of the way and make it like a little bit more shocking. I think if you drag it on too much, it'll start to become inevitable. But he might have other plans.
I think I would do it this arc, but I would do it at an all is lost moment where it genuinely feels like we've used all of our options and things are going down. Bonnie is about to die.
Yeah, I agree. And because I think that Bonnie and I think that Bonnie's relationship with her dad and Bonnie's story has pulled something deep inside of him. And I think that's why Bonnie becomes his breaking point.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's why I would do it that way if I was him.
It just feels right. Now, someone's saying Kuzan will make the flip, but does Bonnie join the crew? I believe she is the ship apprentice, and I think the reason is very simple. Very, very simple. Why was Tama not invited? The same reason Luffy wasn't invited to join Shanks's crew.
Too little.
Pirates aren't just going to take in children. They're not just going to be like, hey, child, come on board our violent criminal vessel. But Shanks as a kid and had nowhere to go. There was no safe place for him to be, so he was Roger's apprentice. Where in the world is safe for Bonnie? Literally.
Exactly. There is nowhere. Safe? Only on the ship. I agree, and Angle. I thought about that, about how he's fought, but then he watched the dirty way. Like, since this has happened, he's been watching the dirty way that the elders fight and who the elders actually are, and their abilities don't match up with devil fruits, and they're able to treat the ocean water like it's nothing. And I think that all the events leading up is why I feel that way. I'm fine with being wrong. Like, it'll be new for Drawk, but for me, I've been eating purple mushrooms with relish.
If we're wrong about this, it's whatever. But I feel good about this. It feels like it's just thematically very strong writing. The Revolutionary Army, maybe. Elbaf, maybe. But the Straw Hat ship just feels like a safe place for Bonnie. And people are like, but she'll become a preacher for Luffy. That's not what Luffy necessarily wants. It feels more like it would make more sense for her to follow the Sun God. She's pursued freedom. Literally pursuing the essence of freedom feels like it makes sense, to me at least. And unlike Tama, there's not a safe place for her to be.
She moved in with her dad. Her dad has been talking about the idea of Nika and what Nika is and why Nika matters to the world and how Nika would make change. Her getting to personify some of Nika's uniqueness and be part of that spirit, to her, must be like a godsend to freedom. She did find it exhausting. She finds freedom exhausting. But on the other hand, I really think that it's kind of interesting to me that anybody could see Bonnie not going on the ship. Because of the thing you said, like, where in the world is she actually safe then?
Kind of Elbaf, but that's not as safe as the Straw Hat crew. I honestly can't think.
I would agree. And then the other thing is that Kuma's going to need to be on the move. We don't know if he's going to die in a fight. We don't know if he's going to get any memory back, but he's going to need to move nonstop. And Bonnie is now not going to want to be separated from him if he's alive.
So 2 things to answer chat. Someone saying, there's 3 things from chat. First of all, someone's like, but what about Buggy? What reason did he have to be on there? I think the fact that Buggy was on Roger's crew and the fact that we have seen that Shanks has an ethical belief that you can't just take children if they have a place to be, if they have a safe place to go, is proof that there is a reason Buggy was on the crew, that there was a reason that kid had nowhere to go and we just don't know it yet. There's more to Buggy than
already had a devil fruit. He was already a clown at that time.
He ate it on the ship. That was a part of the backstory way back.
Yeah,
but
I remember.
There's a reason he couldn't have somewhere to go. Next thing, someone asked if this is their Shanks, if Bonnie's their Shanks, what's their giant egg? You saw Sanji feel free wearing a dress. He's the crew egg.
You weirdo.
You make a joke that's too
kind of weird though that we keep talking about what's their egg, and then this is Egghead Island, and we have eggs coming the whole way through.
The giant egg would be Lilith or Atlas, whichever Vegapunk they make it out with, because they're connected to Egghead.
Or just Egghead in general, the giant Egghead. That's their egg.
Yeah,
because they took it.
Yeah. Which means the egg probably had promise, honestly. Like, let's do symbolism diving. Let's fucking find it. Let's go. Let's go.
But I think you and I need to do a egg piece, because I really think we need to do an egg piece, because I'm starting to think that the one piece at the end is going to have an egg related thing.
Someone said I'm team Nami's tree will have a devil fruit on it. Can I tell you the absolute heartbreaking thing I think is going to happen with that real quick?
Yeah, I don't want to, but yes.
I think Kuma is finally going to die, because when we see his fruit in the past, it's fairly round and tangerine shaped, and I think it'll reincarnate as a tangerine. There's a lot of theories people have done looking at the number letter thing that Japanese can do with the to realize that Kuma's fruit should be on the Straw Hat crew. I think Kuma is going to die finally after getting to have a moment of seeing Bonnie free and saying goodbye. And I don't think you introduce the idea. I don't think you introduce the idea that devil fruits remanifest on a nearby fruit, and you don't make use of a fruit tree on the Sunny. I don't think you do that.
Yeah, so, this is. I hate you for saying it, because I was thinking, like, absolutely grow Nami some tangerines, but we keep saying it in this story because the story is so long. Chekhov's gun. You can't just have, it doesn't make sense not to make use of tangerines.
Yeah.
Shit, I didn't know that Kuma's fruit was
round. We see it and it's round. It's a little too big, but I don't know. It's so exactly like citric. It doesn't look like, when we see it, like it would be a pineapple or whatever.
So who gets the fruit? Wait, I have to write down egg piece first, because you and I need to do a whole thing, because I'm starting to think that there's something here that I'm hatching.
Oh, do we not see it? We don't see it. No, we just
Drawk never finds my jokes hilarious, and that was
it's because I was looking it up.
Hilarious.
I did misinformation. We didn't see the pop-off fruit in the flashback somehow, so it could be anything. Never mind. I take it back. I tricked myself. I gaslit myself. We never saw the pop-off fruit. Oh, we did see it. Why am I not finding it here? God damn it, Google! When Google became useless.
I told you that already.
Oh yeah, no, that fucker's round as fuck. I think that could be a tangerine.
Okay, let's try this again.
We saw it in the flashback. I'm looking at it now. I found it.
Are you ready? Are you ready yet? Are you listening to me?
I'm listening. I'm here. I'm in it.
We need to do an egg piece, because there's an idea I'm hatching.
Okay, are we going? We got a detour here, but I think it's great. This is fun.
If you don't laugh at my hatching jokes, we're never going to be friends.
What are you, Baron Tamago?
You heard me. I stand by it. I stand by you laughing at my hatching jokes or getting no happiness. Anyways, I have a whole bunch of ideas for egg piece, and I want to.
Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Let's get in it.
No, not now. I think we have to do a whole thing about it.
Okay.
Because I started to think about the One Piece
and this episode that we're doing egg piece.
No, I wanna do a whole episode on egg piece because I started to think after I was shown all the egg areas and some of the egg things that were going on. I went back and started to look at find kind of more, and then Egghead Island and the idea of an egghead being somebody who is a nerd, but also eggs are always symbols for new beginnings and fresh starts. That's why we use them in spring. And so I would love to do an egg piece thing because if it ended in a kind of an egg bit, I think it would be perfect.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm putting this up here. And any other ideas we come up with, I'm going to put up here too. Okay, ready? Dun, dun, dun. We're good. All the world will eat breakfast together.
Isn't it crazy that I can make predictions now too?
No, it's not crazy. It's the way it should be.
Isn't it wild I can say stuff?
We're in the new world, homie. This is so hilarious. How few pages
we talked about Saul. We said it's good he's alive. I keep meaning to respond to you and forgetting.
Red Potato? Saul had to be alive. It was the only way it could be.
I'm sorry.
Did you just yell at Red Potato because you kept effing up?
Yeah.
Sorry, I peed the bed. I'm going to yell at you now.
I'm sorry.
Okay, here we go.
No, it is true that no one was answering you. I apologize.
You're just crushing his soul for no reason.
Rude. There was no reason for that. You're crying. Okay. No.
Well, that's great. Now people are crying.
Vivi getting the fruit is interesting.
Who do I hope gets the fruit? Well, first of all, I'm going to stick to my prediction that our next crew member is going to be female.
Uh-huh.
Because it's going to be Vivi for a while.
You think it's Vivi? Do you think Bonnie, the crew apprentice, would count? Because I think it's Bonnie. I think jewelry.
Oh, Bonnie is going to be on our ship. I already told you that. I just don't know whether or not we count an apprentice as a count apprentices as crew members. Yeah. Then I will be right anyways. Then we will still get a female, but that's fine. Yes, we can count an apprentice as a person. The problem is that she fights at such a high level, right? Like she's an apprentice, but she's also impressive.
However, it makes sense for One Piece to have an apprentice who's very strong because like it feels like part of the crew dynamic that Usopp would be the weakest crew member for as long as possible.
Who would I hope gets the fruit?
So I used to be team Usopp, because of his fighting style. However, I am not to think that he needs to be weak, and I agree with you that thematically another Straw Hat makes more sense.
I think it should be Nami, and nobody says Nami. So let me just make my little pitch for Nami.
Yeah.
For the pawpaw fruit. The pawpaw fruit given to Nami when Nami is a navigator, and the pawpaw fruit lets you navigate people to any place that you choose. Has this really cool feeling to it, where Nami would get to direct people to the places that she wants them to go. I think that it would be a really, and they haven't over-strengthened Nami. Nami has been given like her little weather thing, which is cool, and she got herself a friend slash slave at first, but a friend now. But that isn't a big blow up of power, whereas I really think Usopp had a really big blow up of power. He's not only a tinker and a creator, but he has all those special abilities with plants, and I think that's incredible. So for me, do I want Vivi back? 100%. Do I believe she should get the pawpaw fruit? No, I don't. I don't want it to be Vivi's. I want it to be Nami's. No. I want a person who navigates people to destinations to be the person that navigates bodies to their own destination.
Now, I have another thought that I just came up with that this isn't evidence, this isn't a theory, but just musing. If we're talking about A big thing that I find disappointing about Nami having the fruit is it makes now her navigation's too easy. She can just like calculate where she needs to go, send the crew there. However, you keep thinking they need to go to the moon.
Yep.
And the idea that it would take the world's greatest navigator to calculate the trajectory and speed of launch and timing and aiming needed.
Yep.
To paw the Thousand Sunny to the moon is kind of crazy, actually.
Nami
like,
would be
kind of.
And when people are like, "What do you?" Actually. And people are like, "What do you mean, Nami directing people's bodies?" Well, literally, we saw Kuma put people in different parts of the world, directed their bodies to be in different places. So, man, I think Nami thematically being able to take our kids up to the moon, to move us anywhere she wants to go, would actually end up to create weather there. I also wonder if she could like stick lightning within them. Like there's all sorts of things she could do. Like there's Nami having that having the pawpaw fruit would be, and it's her tangerines and it is her strength from her mom. So it would be a mom to daughter, and that would be wicked.
Oh man.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I think Nami is the perfect pawpaw fruit. Nami has not been the strongest person. She's been the weakest person on board. Imagine if suddenly she had one of the strongest devil fruits.
I will say, let's give credence to the Vivi theory, because there's a few things here. Also, the leader of a nation like Kuma prevented the nation from being taken over by an evil person like Kuma. And
keep in mind that he was made the leader as a joke, whereas Nami has an ancestry that goes back to the original.
No better option. I know. Yeah. Look, it doesn't fit perfectly, but then the biggest reason why people want Vivi and why Vivi makes sense is currently Vivi's fighting style is little bladed rings that she spins around a little bit.
Yeah, I don't care. I still want it to be Nami
at the moment.
So I want it to be Nami for all those reasons, and then on top of it, I want it to be Nami because that's who he met his wife as. So I think it'd be pretty cool if he gave his wife's character such a cool fruit.
I remember something that chat said that I want to respond to, which is people talking about how there was another place Bonnie could be safe, where they were like, she could stay with the Revolutionary Army. And my response to that is, how'd that work out for Ginny?
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, Hell's to the no.
How's Ginny doing, boys? How's she handling things?
Yeah, no. Our girl ain't going with the Revolutionary Army. She needs to stay with our Straw Hats. Yeah. So, I think number one...
People didn't like that. People did not like me doing that.
I think number one that we should... you can do what you want, but I'm predicting that Nami, if Kuma passes, Nami should get the fruit.
I want to be a contrarian. Okay, people are saying it doesn't fit Usopp at all, and thematically I agree, but I think for a sniper duel of Van Augur, him having something that lets him effectively teleport is actually really cool. That is the main reason I want Usopp. I think that'd be fucking sick. So if it's Usopp, I'm not going to be disappointed.
I wouldn't be disappointed.
I'm not going to be disappointed. I'm going to join you in saying Nami.
Yeah, I thank you. I'm glad. Because I just feel like a navigator having the pawpaw fruit is the absolute. And then a navigator having a pawpaw fruit that looks like it's a clementine, shut the front door, allow Nami this win, and then wait to see what my girl does.
Guys, if you don't want me to hurt you by bringing up what the Revolutionary Army's failed to do, then don't suggest they take this precious girl that everyone wants fucking dead. Their track record of protecting people. Hey, fucking Jesus Burgess blew up their whole shit to steal some guns. Their track record of protecting shit they care about is incredibly poor.
Yeah.
Fucking Garp has a better track record.
This is a new and interesting place for people because people kept being like, what is Mama going to do when there's no more story? No, this is only difficult for you and for Drawk. I'm going to do the same thing I've always been doing.
Well, I'm having fun because I've loved theorizing about One Piece for a long time, and I've never had someone to bounce off of. And frankly, the idea of bouncing off of someone who is better at predicting than I am, I'm not bad, but genuinely better than me, is very cool and exciting for me.
I think your ideas are great. Let's go on. You want to know how far we've made it? We're on page pages. 7 of 15 of chapter 1093. We started there.
Let's go, baby!
So we have a fight. It's a fight between Lucci, who is, a person I hate, and Zoro, who is a person that I effing love. And here is my favorite line in it, where he says the greatest line ever written about this. If this is the best you can do, I wouldn't expect to get a shot fighting our captain. And then Bobby goes, we'll see. But the number 2 of an Emperor of the Sea is more than worth killing on his own. And I was like, that's right, biatch. That's my boy. That's my boy Zoro, number 2 of an Emperor. Hey, let's be real.
Character growth. Lucci acknowledges Luffy as an emperor now.
Exactly. Also, character growth. Bobberoni is sitting here and realizing that our boy is a tough nut to crack. You got it, Bobbert. You got it, Bobbert. You know what side your bread is buttered, and it's buttered toast, biatch, because you were going down. When Kuzuro turns himself into all those bits and pieces, it also made me think about the idea of chi and energy. And I'm putting it on my list. I've been making, I don't have sticky notes left, but luckily for me, I have roll-on glue. So I made a sticky note because I need to look up more on chi, because I remember when I was working with this monk and they were talking about chi, and they were talking about how the type of strength it does if you sit inside of it. Like, do you remember when you were little and I told you about how through breath control, monks on the top of the Himalayas in Tibet could wrap a wet sheet around them and dry it through the heat of their body just by changing the temperature through mind? Yeah. And so that is a type of chi that they would talk about, how chi is an energy that you get from the world that you amplify in your body. And so I want to do some more, because when he spread apart, it reminded me about what they said about the reflection of water and the way that light spreads. And the way that light and the way it moves is a type of chi. So when he came flying back at Luffy in little light particles and was all these bits and pieces of power and lightness, I thought, like, that was another time for me when I was like, oh, you change inside, biatch. Because whether you like it or not, your power is light, your power is chi, and your chi is in disbalance right now.
I like that.
And that's one of the reasons I think that he is going to go and change sides. Also, I just want to put out there that I really like Dawn Stamp.
Yes. I want to say there's more evidence of him changing sides here, in that all of his attacks are named after sacred divine light, and he's fighting a sun god. Like the light of the Emperor or other sacred Amaterasu-inspired light. Yeah, exactly.
So... oh, baby, there's so much coming up. Oh, you have to add a Bellamy.
If he, somebody added a Bellamy. I got him listed. I got to figure out where, but...
do you have 2 Bellamys? Because there's 2 now.
I don't have 2 Bellamys. Never mind. I missed that one.
That's the point.
Thank you.
I like that everybody's eyeballs are now going... blah, blah, blah. What is it?
A lot of people are so sick of it because of how used it is.
The eyeballs?
Yeah.
I like the eyeballs popping out on people.
That he's overusing it. I'm fine with it. I don't have any qualms.
Oh, now you have to add a straw hat.
Damn, we're gonna have to do a lot. This episode, we're doing a lot. Don't worry, I have strategies though.
I like his eyeballs popping out. I don't give a shit of other people. I think it's funny when he burns Luffy's eyes when he's in his Joy Boy thing, because I just thought, like, no. If you were the sun, I think the light should have shot in him. If this was my writing this moment, the light should have shot in him, and then Luffy should have gone, "Oh, my eyes, it burns." Just kidding, I'm the sun, bitch.
But we've talked about how he's very symbolically the sun, and he doesn't seem to have any like light powers.
I'm aware. It doesn't matter. That's what I want.
But also, Luffy doesn't know he's the sun god. He's like, "I'm just free, bitch.
I'm a free boy. a real free boy now. Oh my God, you're never going to believe it, Drawk. Like. We're at 1.5.
You're doing some crazy God, shit today, huh?
Two more out of Straw Hats?
Don't worry, I'll figure. Now, here's what you've done. You guys have made a mistake because at this point,
3 more out of Straw Hats?
At this point, it's just a pattern. Like, you've changed from a challenge to just giving me a pattern.
You've got 1, 2, 3 more out of Straw Hats.
It's been like 6.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's been 6 total.
Dr. Jack used his money to buy...
Straw Hat has always been an actual, like, hat, but I could probably do the crew instead.
Do the crew.
If we get to 9.
Yeah. Absolutely fascinating. Do the crew, dude. I'd love to see the crew in this.
I would love to show you Bellamy, but okay, give me a second. But apparently, dog cam is not an option because What the fuck is my computer doing? Why is nothing clickable? All right.
Oh,
all right.
No.
I can't click anything. I can't draw. My computer fucking broke. I can't add anything, guys, because my computer's frozen.
Let's take a moment. In the meantime, 2 more people added Straw Hats.
Yeah, I can't do anything about it.
I know.
Okay, it's working again.
So what do we got? We got the Green Entertainer added a Straw Hat. And we got the little... Maybe you'd like to stop Straw Hatness now, Drawk?
Whatever.
There's only so many.
People do what they want.
All right, weirdo. And you have to pet the boy.
Like I said, you guys have made a horror. I did pet the boy.
No,
you guys have made a horrible mistake.
Just bought it.
Oh, the horrible mistake you've made is it's just a pattern at this point. It's easy.
Listen to me. When I saw this land of Egghead, I never said this before, but all I heard is, and this won't mean anything to the majority of you, meet George Jetson.
Everyone knows the Jetsons.
Jane, his wife. It came to Japan, by the way, in 1968. His son, Elroy. And so for 100% for sure, dude definitely jetsoned his land here. That was amazing. There's another Straw Hat.
Yeah, we're up to 9 now.
No. Jelly Gremlin added 1, so it's 10.
Serpent Sparrow, don't lie. Everybody knows the Jetsons.
It's now 10. Not 9.
The fuck? You sure? Because you didn't... I don't think you noticed the one that
Do you want me to go back and count them all? Actually, Cat2, can you go back to the beginning and count them, if you wouldn't mind?
Oh my god, you can't.
Because otherwise...
It doesn't let you scroll that far.
It does. It lets Cat2 do anything she wants. Counted 9. Cat2 counted. It's 9.
Oh, who's right? Drawk's right. Point for Drawk.
Wow, you... Listen to me.
Yeah.
That wasn't big enough for that level of celebration. You really NFL'd that.
I thought it was funny.
No, a little too much. That was NFL-y. I'm moving forward. That's what I'm doing.
You can do as you please. I won't stop you.
I don't feel like talking about any of that. Bonnie's outfits are really wild once you know that she's a tiny baby.
I mean, yeah.
Thank you for just agreeing.
I feel like it's meant to be almost a hint of it because like her shorts become like proper shorts instead of short shorts when she's little, and her tank top instead of being basically a sports bra is a shirt, like a regular tank top.
It's not good.
It's
bad.
I like the idea of it being something that fits differently, like that something that fits her when she's little because it feels like almost a hint. However, the implication is uncomfy.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Sorry, this is Egghead Part 2. This is over easy, as you can see from my great little title card that I love.
You're a weirdo. Listen, I'm sorry, but if I spend all my time on you, I can't fulfill my mission. Yeah, but that's my mission. Hey, wait up. I love Luffy chasing after him, and I love that there's the Kuzuro-Luffy fight while there's the Zoro Bobbert fight going on. It's the perfect combination of strengths, but they do it a lot. Where we have 2 strong fights.
Yeah.
Like that going on side by side with our Straw Hats. But this one I've been waiting for because I don't know if you've heard this. I don't like Bobbert, so I'm happy to have him.
You've had moments of expressing that you maybe don't like Robert Lucci.
I think Bob has got a lot of issues that I don't enjoy. He fights for the wrong side. He's a bit of a dipshit. I know that he's had a hard background. He did.
He's also
he had a hard
fucking
background.
Psychopath.
But yeah, he went in a completely different direction. But we need him, and the reason that Bobbert needs to be there is because he is our reminder that Luffy, with his difficult background and with his hard life and the strength that he has and the power that he issues, could have become a Bobbert. But one of the reasons that Luffy didn't become a Bobbert is that he was lucky enough to be able to have the type of personality that drew people towards him. So it makes me think of how many times that I see kids in my line of work who have had really, really hard lives. And because of that, because of their trauma, they push people back and they don't let people come towards them. And so they don't end up getting those influences and mentors that they need. And then you have those people, those children who have had equally difficult, hard beginnings, but they have a charismatic personality that draws people towards them. And therefore, people want to help them get better and people want to help heal them. And it makes me really sad, even though I hate Bobbert. Don't get me wrong. Bob can go suck a barrel of dry Tide Pods. But he is, to me, kind of that idea that when you think personality doesn't matter or it doesn't change the way that you live your life, or when you think that trauma can't completely redefine a person's destiny, you look at him and you realize that that could have been Luffy. He's got that strength, that power. He's got that tragic kind of beginning. And yet, Bob's got kind of a complex and has become a sociopath and an asshat. Whereas Luffy ended up wanting to draw more people to him and help to give them the freedom and the lives that they all dream of, because dreams matter. Bob's the exact opposite. Bob doesn't give a shit about anyone's dreams. Bob only gives a shit about Bob.
Bob doesn't have dreams at all. He just wants to kill.
Exactly. They're literally the opposite. From difficult beginnings, Bob ended up becoming a self-center, and Luffy became a person center, an everyone center. And so I think it's pretty cool to see them in juxtaposition, but I still hate Bob. I love that we are getting to see the summoning circles in this one, but tell me...
Yeah, hey, wait. Guys, do we get a diamond star for Mama noticing magic circles that are used for teleportation? Like, obviously, you were a little bit wrong about them because you thought they'd be used for the full government, but like, we do... Yeah, everyone's saying diamond star. Diamond star given for
like
teleporting
this is a
by fucking magic circles.
Yeah, baby. This one I like.
Can I explain? Because there's a little bit more cheekiness of how you did that than you, I think, understand.
Then I understand?
You happened to reach Jaya on the same week that we saw Saturn teleport to the island, and I went... I know you are the kind of person who could catch this, which is part of why I said there is nothing that you should overlook. Fine-tooth comb, if there's any part of the story to look over as detailed as you can, it's
you
this
did
one.
Say that.
Now, I never drew your attention to that panel.
Nope.
I never drew I never was like, hey, check this out. I was never like, hey, scour this chapter in particular. You did all the work. But I did tell you, because this chapter came out just as you were reaching Jaya, hey, there is no way. Okay, there's like two people debating. The mods are fighting on if there's 8 or 9.
That's fine. They can fight.
But anyways, I did tell you to look over Jaya with a fine-tooth comb, largely because the magic circle was happened and everyone went back and saw this as you reached Jaya.
For this one here, I knew magic circles were going to be huge when I saw them on the wall, but it's also the reason, and you should tell me to go over Jaya with a fine-tooth comb anyways, because Jaya and our Skypiea are so underrated. If I need to go back to anything, it would be go back to Jai and Skypiea and do a little more look.
Well, looking over Jai with a fine-tooth comb is also why you were able to understand the warlords as a system, or so the emperors, before they were introduced.
Also why I started to ask questions like, what are we hiding? And how I think that we separated two kingdoms of people and put them up.
Yeah.
I also think people with wings are going to be way more important than people think. I also think eating so much is going to be way more important than people think. Like, there's all sorts of things, and mod fight. And when I saw those things on the wall, it's also the reason why I thought those little bastards were so strong. When I saw these on the wall, I was like, oh, summoning circles, magic circles? Shut up. These dudes are built different. Like, this is going to be some scary ass people.
Truly built different.
Yeah. And it turns out...
My other theory, briefly, to why I think, you talking about Jai reminded me of this, to why I think Emu is not one of the demons, and is whoever took over that they serve, is they can be telepathic with each other and not Emu. They have to speak to Emu, and they don't have to speak to each other. But
I also think that could just mean Emu is on a different plane. My only reason why I'm like, is because, was it Lily from Alabasta?
Yeah.
Why is he mentioning Lily? Right? Like, they just stuck Lily out on the floor and then walked away from it?
Yeah, to me, that's more evidence that he's human.
And that's what I'm saying. So that would be my only wonder there. If she is human.
Interesting. I think so. We'll get into that when we do our theory episode, where we just have a theory round table, though.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay, and I think Saturn might be one of the scariest MFers ever made with his bullhead and his spider's body. I hate him. I've done some looking up at him. He's disgusting. Everybody's scared of him.
It's also wild how much he committed to ruining one man's life.
100%. And how quickly. Is that a monster? Don't say it. I have a feeling that it's a crack. I don't see them as being at all, like even a little bit, human at all. Everyone is like, do you think that Emu would have big tits? You've seen that it's kind of a flat-chested look. So
I think if Emu's a woman, the tits are big because it's Oda.
I mean, you've seen that it's just a big old black thing coming back down.
But you saw, have you seen this earliest silhouette for Big Mom and Kaido? When the man makes a silhouette, that's because he hasn't decided yet.
Whatever. When Saturn said, think of human lives, and by the way, he said this in a panel, I think, that connected to him being with Kizaru, which is why I also think Kizaru will have a turnaround. Think of human lives as nothing more than insects. They will always breed more to make up for any loss. That doesn't feel like somebody who is a dragon.
The celestial dragons, like, it doesn't feel like someone who's like, symbolically, I am different than you. It feels like the statement of someone who truly is different.
This is an actual being like, it's easy to just think of humans as insects. Like, don't worry about it. They'll die, they die. They'll make more, they breed. And sees it as something completely different than what it is.
I agree with what you're saying, that like the comment that they'll breed and make more makes me think whatever he is doesn't breed and make more. That when they die, it's forever. They are irreplaceable. There's only so many of what they are.
They are created or made or brought into existence, whereas humans breed and make more. Like, it's such a different feeling, you know? And that makes me...
Sorry, you go first, and then I'll do this.
And that kind of makes me feel like, I also thought it might be one of the reasons that Kizaru would change, because Kizaru would see kind of these types of lines and actions and be like, shit, like this thing isn't a human. It's not just a dragon who rules the world. I'm on the goddamn wrong team.
Yeah. Which is why I like them being power itself, them being something that serves whoever's in charge, because power isn't human. Power is a corrupting force outside of being human that makes humans evil, or at least give in to their worst selves.
Yeah, I don't think they're at all people-y. They're not peopling.
My other evidence to why I think they are just servants of whoever has power is when Emu says because it's nearby, when they ask why he wants to destroy it, they're just like, yeah, totally. Guys that smart and wise just rolling with it, I feel like that's because their job is to roll with it. They exist to roll with the whims of the man in power. Of the woman in power? Yeah. Of power.
Yeah. I also think that when Luffy catches up to Kizaru again, and it's a small thing, but it was meaningful to me when big old Frankie screams, "Please, Luffy, do something," because it just made me feel like Frankie, who's huge and powerful and in such a big part of this crew, understands what Luffy is in comparison to everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've got something very, very different, and it also felt like Luffy running into that captainship in a very different way. Like, you want to be the pirate king, and this is a recognition of how powerful you are. When you have somebody as powerful as Frankie being like, "You do something, Luffy." Luffy's star gun is kicking ass. Love that it actually makes stars off of it. Go to town. Even when Luffy goes, "And that's my limit," and collapses down to the ground. The Vegapunk thing was amazing, but the reason that I was so happy that Bonnie got her way, and for everyone who's being spazzy, man, oh god, we're gonna have to put a warning in part 1 of Egghead. We're gonna be like, warning, calm your shit down. Mama still likes Bonnie.
Yeah.
Because people are gonna have a giant puffy parade and try to cancel me and be like, what?
There's also so many people who are commenting like, she's young. Like, guys, it hasn't been revealed she's 12 yet. Of course Mama Drawk is not treating her like a 12-year-old.
Yeah. And I said she's very immature for an adult, which is exactly what Oda wanted. The way that I interpret her with the information I had, Oda would be like, yes.
That was my goal as author.
I have killed it. Interpret that. He would have been so happy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when we got our Luffy Luferson on the ground with Vegapunk and Frankie, and then Bonnie comes in and tries to fight a freaking Saturn and stabs him. God, this was such a Luffy moment that it was this and a few other moments that we'll talk about that I was like, screw everyone. Did you see Frankie standing up and trying to stab one of the elders? Did you see anyone else running in towards the elder? No, you saw a little girl who aged herself up take a sword to his chest, who fought exactly the same way Luffy does. Full out, full chaos, putting herself in front of everyone else because she knew that was the only way that there was going to be any attention taken away from people who were vulnerable at the time, because she believed in their freedom. And I was like, pardon?
You go and then
I was like, how dare anyone question her being able to have that change? She acts the way that Luffy acts. She fights for the freedom of others. She's bringing joy to people. She's beyond brave. This was a pinnacle moment. Carry on.
I just had a thought that this is the second time very recently we've had the theme of responsibility taking away someone's childhood.
Yes.
Of a devil fruit being used to embody the concept of someone giving up on living as a child for trauma and for struggle, for Bonnie for her own struggle for her, and for Momo for his country.
Yes. It happens a lot. The stealing of childhood.
Yeah.
But that's really important. I've said it once, I've said it twice. I've said it 1,000,000 times.
Have you?
That's like
crazy. 1 million is so many.
It used to be.
What does that mean?
1 million used to be. It used to be so many. But when Osamu Tezuka, who wrote Astro Boy, said that he wrote manga because he felt like children often had giant adult lives thrust upon them and couldn't prepare for them. And so he wanted to prepare them. This is like that. Big bad things happen to children. Children have hard, awful, terrible lives.
Oh my God.
And yet he shows the way that they overcome them and get help in different ways.
But not only that, someone was just pointing out that Luffy is weirdly the opposite. And I was like, yeah, kind of. But you pointing that out makes it so clear. Why? Because Luffy is this beacon that in this world that will take away your innocence, you can just choose to be that still and survive.
Yeah, you can choose innocence.
There's power in that.
Yeah. You can choose, because oftentimes people, and it's an interesting thing that people don't understand, that people who are funny are brilliant often. You can't be really funny without being really smart. I'm sorry. It's difficult to make jokes or land things.
I mean, you can be super funny while being dumb by accident.
No, that's different. I'm talking about intentional funny, not we're laughing at you. And you can't, and often people mistake somebody who has childlike enthusiasm or who's weird or chaotic or strange as being stupid or incapable of doing things. And I think that this story shows, because I've said it over and over again, Luffy is the best example of if you judge a fish by the way that it flies, it'll fail every time. He is a prime example of that, unless you're a flying fish. He's a prime example of that.
And they glide. They're pretty bad at flying.
They glide, blah, blah, blah. But I'm being funny, so bite me. So he is living his life in a childlike, beautiful, chaotic way while helping people. So he is choosing to be a person who is got innocence. Even with all he's seen, experienced, and done, there's something always about Luffy that still feels innocent. And so he chooses it. So it's pretty cool, because we see so many characters in here. Yeah, there's a bunch of them, Bone Fairy. There's a bunch of if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree and stuff. Yeah, we have them all over schools. But there's a bunch of other ones too. And so it feels pretty cool to have Luffy be this incredible beacon of innocence, and yet all the things that he does. I missed what you said about people being funny due to an ad.
Oh, well, I want to just quickly, this is related to the smart people being funny. Someone said, okay, never mind, you do your thing first.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Someone was like, oh, Skeleton Horse is the coolest for sure. I love it. It's so cool. We'll get to that later. Someone was saying that smart people often don't, or smart people don't think they're smart. I don't think that's true. I think most smart people know they're smart. However, smart people don't assume they're the smartest person in a room. That's the big difference. I think a lot of dumb people will assume everyone's dumber than them. The biggest reason I know I'm smart is because I will very regularly be talking to somebody and go, this person's much smarter than me. Holy fuck. They are operating on a wavelength I am incapable of. And I genuinely think if you're dumb, you aren't capable of recognizing when people are way smarter than you. It's an intimidating feeling, but it also does give me confidence that I am fairly intelligent, because I can easily go, oh fuck, I am not as smart as the person I'm speaking to.
Well, I always say that there's a really cool kind of thing that you can see in university. I saw it with myself, I saw it with others, and I see it in students that come back all the time. I have students that come back for the history of ever to come visit me as they're going through school and as they're adults. And something that I think is really interesting is in year one of school, in university or college, whatever you call it, if you're in the United States, you call college, we call university. If you're there in first year, you're like, I'm such an idiot. I'm so stupid. I don't know anything, and I'm going to fail everything. And in second year, you're like, okay, I'm getting some of this crap. I'm pretty okay. I'm not the best. And in third year, you're like, I've got everything figured out. The shit is mine. And in fourth year, you revert and you go, I know nothing. all I know is how to find what I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing, you're like, holy shit, now I understand the breadth of the information I don't know and how many things I can't understand, but I know how to find the information. And so I think that's kind of like when you get to levels of smartness. If you're not very bright, you might think you're not very bright and you can't know anything at all, but eventually you can get to a cocky place where you're like, oh, I'm super smart. I'm the smartest person ever.
Do you ever have the moment where there's someone who's an absolute jokester, very silly, and everyone's kind of treating them like a joke, and you just
Good for you, Albert. You're maturing faster.
Aw. And you have the moment of realization of, oh, holy fuck. No, it feels like no one else is acknowledging how insanely intelligent this person we're all talking to is.
Yeah, I've had that.
Like
where the person is joking around and talking, and you're just staring at them, and you're like, holy shit. This person is it's like,
I always find that a really intimidating feeling when I just see how quick someone is and can see how fast their brain works and go, oh, holy fuck, you are on another level. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly. It's so cool though when you meet somebody like that. Then you're like, but on the same time, Drawk, you often find that when you talk to that person, there'll be areas of ignorance for them or areas of non-consideration. And so that's the cool thing. And that's why you have to talk to a lot of people. My friend who is way high up in the government says that he works hard to hire people that make him feel like they are more intelligent than him in the area that he needs, and that he will have to tell them multiple times, explain this to me like I'm dumb, because he says, I'm an amazing leader. I have a skill set they don't have, but they can run circles around me in here, and by making them explain it to a dumbass, they're going to have to know it that much better.
I also find like people often look down on people who are less smart than them and are like, oh, you don't know anything. Guys, there can be someone way, way dumber than you, and if they're trained as a mechanic, they know more about cars than you do. And it's that simple. Everybody has expertise and knowledge that they've accumulated. I just find very smart people intimidating because, like, I truly can't conceive of the way their brain works. I do find the worst, though, is if I'm at a party and I recognize that there is a woman who is insanely intelligent, because inevitably there are men talking to her who do not notice how smart she is, who are talking down to her, and I just want to be like, y'all don't understand that she could crush you with her mind. Like it is not okay the way you are interacting with this person.
Yeah, that one always makes me angry. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Luffy's new dye down, where he looks like a shriveled up fig, and yeah, and his tongue sticks out of his mouth, kind of like eggs, actually. Really gross.
The melty old man look.
So the new melty old man look. I can't spell BMW, but I tried. But Porsche. That's where that thing is from. Just so you know, okay. I am so smart. SMRT. He is a new level of ickiness. But on the other hand, having him be like this is so cool, because he looks even more vulnerable than he used to, like in my opinion. And so like when Frankie punches in and moves Luffy out of the way, his big old pruny body, and gets him out of the way, I was thinking about how it's even more at this point vulnerable. And so he will take himself right to the very, very end, and he will allow himself to become absolutely useless. And everybody needs to be there to protect him while he's healing up. But he still takes himself all the way to the end. I love that, because it really talks about how he just puts his body right out there without thinking sometimes, but he feels like he can, because he knows that, yes, exactly, Overseer, he can trust his crew. So he knows if he takes himself into dried up fig Luffy and and then can't move his body out of the way, that somebody will be there to do it. He has faith in the people that he's created as a family. His found family has that much honor to him.
How much it drains him and how much for this form to work he is reliant on others is part of why, or is one of the many things that is why I want to do a video on Gear 5th with you at some point, because I think thematically it's brilliant that this ultimate pursuit of freedom only exists with the support of others, because that's the entire theme of One Piece. However, I think for that reason we need to do our One Piece's political series before we can do that video.
All right.
You've talked about being excited about that one.
Listen to me. One Piece isn't political, and I don't know why you have to go there all the time. It's just a nice little story about pirates.
Guys, I'm having a strug right now, which is the art inclination to make the shape of Bonnie's body aesthetically appealing, and the she's 12, don't make it look sexually aesthetically appealing. It's the shape Oda picks for women makes this so fucking hard.
I told you, it's kind of icky.
It is. Yeah, she chooses to look sexually appealing. I'm seeing a lot of different people being like, I fully understand, or no, that's weird. Guys, the character design is really difficult to work with.
She chooses to make herself what she's seen as being powerful women, and she lives in Oda's world.
She lives in Oda's world. That's what adult women look like.
That's just what all the women tend to look like.
I think it's interesting that Distorted Future burns her out, but her regular future form doesn't.
Yeah, it really is weird.
I guess that's because, like, that's just default aging myself up in a normal way, instead of, like, I'm looking for a very specific future.
It wasn't her choice, Hot Fart. We all know that. It's her body, Oda's choice.
Oh, okay. Kaito, we gotta get to the Kumo backstory, then we can answer that question, Kaito.
I'm moving on. Can anyone else move? No, I can't. It's like being held down. If this is not science, then it must be devil fruit powers. Oh no, Bonnie. You killed my father, Saturn. Kuma. You mean? He was born into a slave caste. Which is another reason why I think it should go to Nami, because Nami was born into nothingness. The descendants of a clan that once committed a grave crime against the world, although we don't know who Nami's real parents are, so they might be weather witches. The last survivor of the extinct Buccaneer people. So we need to go into Buccaneer people, because I feel like Buccaneer people were once born protectors of the actual warrior class. I think they might have been the protectors of the D even.
Well, we had different positions about that, because I came up with a different theory to what I think they are. So do you want to should we go into that right now? You do yours and I'll do mine, because this is a place where our predictions are different.
No, you do yours first. I always get to go first.
Okay. My theory for what the Buccaneers are. I don't think Lunarians are naturally hashtag like that. I don't think nature made them indestructible super people with furnaces of energy on their back. I think they had great genetic engineering powers given to them by the scientific teachings of the elders, the demons who helped them guide this along. They figured a lot of it out, of course, but I think they had help from the elders because they were the kings of the world. They were the gods. They made themselves like that. We see other little hints of where they could have gotten their powers from. We see that they have the red eyes and white hair of a mink in the full moon. So I think they took the genes that made the Su long and they built it into themselves along with a lot of other genes. Now, what does that mean the Buccaneers are? I think that the Allied powers being called what they are, sounding like the Allied forces, the good guys of World War II, is not unintentional. I think they were the good guys trying to overthrow power. Why are they the bad guys now? Because I think Oda is making a statement of the liberators of old becoming the hegemony of the new age. I've said before that I think the closest real-world representation to the Marines is the United States Navy. They fight piracy. Guys, the only reason piracy doesn't exist in the modern world is because of the US Navy. If they were not the hegemonic force that they are, it's not like piracy is impossible now. The reason there's so little of it is because there's a giant super military keeping it in check. I believe that the Navy represents hegemonic power of liberators of old becoming the controllers of today. It still exists, but guys, it is so much less than it used to be through most globalist eras of humanity. You have to acknowledge that. It is incredibly, incredibly insubstantial. I believe that the Lunarians were not good guys. I think there were good Lunarians. I think that's why they believe in Joy Boy. And I think as they started to be dethroned, they joined the Ancient Kingdom, the alliance of nations who have given themselves to Joy Boy to follow his example. The ones who have joined this kingdom of united forces. But at first they were the dominators. And slavery is such a theme, and they are so gifted with genetic engineering. I think that the Buccaneers were a genetically engineered race of slaves who served the Lunarians. That's what feels right to me. Could I be wrong? Yes. However, I do. This is my assemblage of information that kind of makes that slot into place for me. And I think Joy Boy was a Buccaneer. I think he had to go against the Lunarians, the old gods of the world, or he wouldn't have been a pirate. They're called Buccaneers, so I think they're named after Joy Boy. I think Joy Boy was a slave of the Lunarians who freed himself and became Joy Boy. And I think the reason there are Lunarians who joined the Ancient Kingdom was that he didn't hold a grudge. He wasn't evil. He didn't think all of them were terrible. He thought the power was terrible. The way that when Luffy shows up and there's a problem, he goes after people in positions of authority. Anyways, that's all. Yeah, a lot of tangents. To explain why I think they were genetically engineered slave race, I had to give a lot of evidence. So there was a lot of tangents.
I'll allow this. Your tangents are fine.
I should make a just so you know emote now that I can cook.
Just so you know, this is normal. You're going to get this kind of press backdrop. Just get used to it. Welcome to my world.
Okay.
I think the Buccaneer Nation most resembles Haitians or Haiti. And that would make sense since they would be around the Caribbean and kind of like the historical center of piracy.
Oh, that would also make sense with Joy Boy and with me saying they were a slave race.
Because I also think that the Haitians were trying to, so it's where we cross over a lot in our ideas, because I think the Haitians were fighting as they were a slaved nation. They were fighting for freedom. And I believe the Buccaneers were also fighting for freedom. And in this, they're saying that the Buccaneer people created piracy as a way to become free in a world where they were enslaved and kept captured. And because of that, they made themselves become free by creating this idea of piracy, of having strength and movement, because movement is everything. And one of the reasons that they would have then changed the world of One Piece is because the pirates, who started off as the Buccaneers, and Joy Boy would definitely be a Buccaneer, had too easy of movement around the world. It's still considered very difficult to go down the line. So they had more movement, and freedom equals movement and communication. And so that's why I think that for sure Joy Boy would have had to have been a Buccaneer.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the Buccaneers were also some type of guards, or that's the wrong word, some type of, more like Luffy in the way that they were protectorates.
Mm-hmm.
And that they helped other people, they helped to free other people. And so mine lines with yours. I just would like to add that for me, I think that the Buccaneers would have been people who were moving throughout the water in their pirate lives.
Okay.
Actually creating freedom amongst others, that they were a type of liberator.
I don't think that these are entirely, I think that these fit together perfectly. Like, I think you can do both easily.
I think they actually do.
I also wanted to say, someone was talking about, oh my God, we've said so many questions. This is going to be a lot of questions because we've come up with a lot of theories for this and people are asking questions. I want to answer, people were talking about Blackbeard being a Buccaneer. I brought this up with Mama Drawk when we were walking around on an island for the charity thing. And then I went back on it. And the reason I went back on it, and I'm not saying it's for sure wrong, but I think the mysteries about Blackbeard need to answer multiple things. So you will notice when I critique theories, I talk about how, like, I believe something needs to cleanly answer multiple questions to be likely. Why do I think I was wrong that an awakened user of the light fruit made the permanent sun around Eni's lobby? Well, because we now know the hole was made by the laser, which is why I think it makes more sense that Mama Drawk is right, that it has something to do with dimensionally locking that space. It also explains why the hole can't fill. It explains why the sun is always up, because this area is suddenly locked in one point of time. So Mama Drawk's dimension theory makes more sense there because it answers
Call
multiple
it by
questions.
its real name.
I don't know what your pocket dimension? What?
Dimension piece.
Dimension piece. Sorry, dimension piece. I think dimension piece makes sense there because it answers multiple questions with one answer, which is how I think good theories should work. Because if there's 5 different answers to something, it tends to be hard to get puzzle pieces. The reason Buccaneer feels weird for Blackbeard is because we know Kuma sleeps. So if him being a Buccaneer, now he could just unrelated be a Buccaneer, that's fair. But him being a Buccaneer as the answer to why his body is strange, as the answer to why he can have 2 devil fruits, feels wrong to me just because it doesn't explain why he can't sleep, because Kuma sleeps. For figuring things out around Blackbeard, I would want a theory that answers multiple questions. And I feel like Buccaneer answers, as far as I can see, basically nothing. And he's too short. Blackbeard's only 11 feet. Also, Buccaneers, like Kuma and his dad, have heads proportionate to their body. Tall humans in One Piece don't. Doflamingo, the admirals, Whitebeard, and Blackbeard have small heads proportionate to their bodies, which makes sense, because as people get taller, their heads don't get much bigger, but the Buccaneers and Giants have heads proportional to their frames, because that's just how big they are. So that's another thing.
Yes. Okay. So, yeah, I think that our ideas align with each other, but I think that the Buccaneers are definitely supposed to be Haitians. I think they started off as some kind of group that was in oppression because of their strength, that they were able to use them for their strength, and that they had been used as bodyguards or just people who did physical labor, and that they rebelled, and in their rebellion they created the joy of freedom, that they understood freedom in a very different way, so they traveled creating freedom for others.
Oh, I also saw someone say that they felt like Joy Boy was allied with the ancient nations of old. I have been thinking about it. I think the ancient kingdom was a bunch of nations that, like the way nations are pledging themselves to Luffy now, whether he wants it to or them to or not, because they are inspired by him and want to follow the 4 seas in the world. Yeah, I think it's looser. I think it's just nations that wanted to join. I think the nations that took over, the allied forces that took over, were not necessarily allies of Joy Boy. Maybe they worked with him at a time, but I don't think they were part of, because we've seen most of the groups that are part of Joy Boy's alliance, the people he gave poneglyphs to, aren't human, but there are human groups like Wano and Alabasta, but it's all humans who became the world government. So I think they might have worked together, but they were unrelated factions for the most part, other than having a crossover with Alabasta. And I believe that when the allied powers took over, the demons of the world offered their leader Emu power. They offered him the ability to reign immortal, or etc., whatever. Whatever it is they do, the elders, I believe, are demons who offered power to the ruler of the alliance, which was Emu betraying the alliance by becoming the one true ruler.
Yeah, I have, my thoughts aren't full on that one yet. I'll get there. Okay, here we go. Moving on. It shows Bonnie. Ever since I was a boy, I wanted to be a hero who could save the imprisoned and the suffering. That falls in my line with the Buccaneers, that idea. Yep. This is also why I think it fits into the Buccaneers idea. Just like Nika, the warrior of liberation. Like, why do the Buccaneers know this? Why does Kuma know this? He's a Buccaneer. And why do they know this? Because they pass on their history orally. Nika, that's right. He's my idol. He appears, by the way, Jin Drawk, if you don't think I've noticed all the dancing scenes in all the different areas for Joy Boy, and how you did not give that away way back in Skypiea when I chose the fire. Frickin' Jin. It was well done.
I did my best to keep
well done.
I was very excited you chose that because I got to use it later.
I was super happy. He appears from the blue with laughter and this rhythm. Doom da da doom da da doom. And the rhythm matters so much, his heartbeat, that something in the final part that he wants of Luffy's dream is going to be around rhythm and song. It has to be, I've decided, because of his heartbeat being the beat of liberation. Also, I looked up Haitian drum beats of liberation, and it's a thing.
Okay.
Bonnie, leave her alone. She's still just a child. Will he come and free me too? Of course. Oh, God. Kuma's history.
You know what I think is funny about the Haitians being the inspiration for Joy Boy? Real quick.
What?
It means that the evil people at the time who kept them enslaved, who I think are the Lunarians, are the French.
That's very uncomfortable.
I mean, look, if you want to look at the modern world and who has committed the most reprehensible acts to the Caribbean and Africa, there's one country that comes to mind.
That's wild. But it's really important that we know, like, and I need to say this because I'm going to just read this thing because I already did research on it, but I have a whole bunch of notes and they're in a notebook. So I just decided to quickly do this instead.
Actually, people are right. It actually might be the Dutch. The Dutch and the French.
It could be the Dutch.
Race. Yeah. You know.
The Haitians have drum beats of freedom, both literally and symbolically. Drumming holds significant place in Haitian culture, especially within the context of voodoo ceremonies, which played crucial roles in the Haitian Revolution. The rhythm of the drums were used to communicate, to rally people, to coordinate actions amongst all the enslaved Africans who fought for and ultimately won their independence from French colonial rule. The drumming became a powerful symbol of unity, resistance, and freedom. Tell me that doesn't sound like what we're talking about.
It sounds like what we're talking about. The idea of them being Haitian inspired, I think, fits really cleanly with what we've both been talking about for sure.
Yeah, and I think that the original Joy Boy being a buccaneer makes all the sense in the world, and the Buccaneers being kind of loosely based on Haitian. When people talk about, like, it's not directly this, do you think an author just chooses inspiration from one single source and then only writes down that line historically accurate? I think a lot of
people do have that line of thinking where they assume when you're saying it's this, they're saying it's only this, which is never truth. Everything is everything. There's
it's more like
inspiration. Yeah.
It's yes and. It's very much like you're in a theater group and you're doing improv. Yes and. It's the same with writing.
I regularly use symbolism. I love it. However, I will never use monolithic symbolism where something is a representation of one thing only because it's bad writing. When we say things definitively with the contextual understanding being that we are saying this is one of the things we believe it represents, not definitively it is exclusively this thing.
Okay, we've held off too long. It's time. It's time for sad time.
Sad time!
Yay! Sad time!
It's time for suffering.
Oh my God. You just made that very sad. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, and look at this. French rumor law's name. There's a French expression, un coup de trafalgar, which means a reference to the famous naval battle which took place in the northwest of Gibraltar and the French and English and Spanish fleet on Napoleon and Island. Do you know how many times I have to hear about this? Because somebody in my life is obsessed with the English Navy. I won't say who, but it's Uncle Mark.
I mean, look, there's a lot you can shit on England for. The English Navy is fucking impressive historically, except for the modern era.
Don't even. Seriously.
Every time except for right now, the English Navy's been incredible.
Why are you emoting? It doesn't matter. They can say whatever the shit they want. Here we go.
Can I be rude to England real quick before we start, actually?
No.
Okay, let's move on.
47 years ago, South Blue, Sorbet Kingdom. Sorbet Kingdom. Twomp, 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 twomp. It's a big, healthy boy. Congratulations. I'm so glad you've come out to see us at last. Puma. Doctor? His blood? Don't worry. I won't speak a word of it. Da! He's a healthy boy. I'm sorry. Run for your life. The government agent just showed to the hospital. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's me. I'm the one who has buccaneer blood. But my wife does not. Let her and my son go free. It'll be all right, dear. So I also think that Kuma's early life as a boy being a slave with his dad kind of goes to that idea with the Haitians that buccaneers would have been used for major labor.
Yeah.
And then this moment, your mother's dead, son. She's in heaven now. But I think that she's better off that way.
I want to say very quickly part of the reason I think, because this is evidence we're seeing right now, that I think they were genetically engineered, is most of the time when we see people who are half something in One Piece, it gets very diluted. And yet, despite almost all of their species being annihilated, King and Kuma seem to be 100% Lunarian and Buccaneer, which suggests to me that their genes are modified so that all of the modifications are passed down to their children, which to me, that feels like it is the result of genetic engineering, because like half giants are smaller. We see descendants of minks, we think, who have like just horns or whatever. We see half fishmen who look less like fish. So it's my belief that Lunarians and Buccaneers are genetically engineered to have all of their modifications passed down.
Yeah, I could fall into that. Listen, Kuma, you are strong and you can survive this. Why? I'd rather be dead too. The warrior of liberation will come. So that's that ancestral passing on of information that I'm talking about, that you can't write the word of Nika down, but who is going to have the word of Nika? Well, it's going to come from the people from whom he came from.
I agree.
The warrior of liberation will come. He'll show up and he'll save you. Who? The sun god Nika. He's a legendary warrior whose story is told throughout the Buccaneer heritage. So throughout Buccaneer heritage, boom, we know.
Yep.
We know. One day he'll show up and take you under the sun, take you out under the sun to freedom of the sea. Nika is always smiling. And to the freedom of the sea also says, boom! This is a person who originally started out as a pirate. Nika is always smiling and laughing. And his rhythm brings laughter to the people. Doom, da-da, doom, da-da, doom. Pipe down! And then we go through and we watch this child be taken. We watch him be taken by the celestial dragons. How dare you intend to kill my people for a game? And go to the frickin' island in God Valley. Oh, the manhunt of God Valley.
Incredibly fucked up.
Insane. And Holy Knight Saint Garland Garling.
Yep.
Have I seen that bastard since? I couldn't remember.
You have. He was the old man that killed Saint Mosgard.
Oh. Oh, I hope bad things happen to these.
Yeah, he's the leader of the Holy Knights, and he is a piece of shit.
Yeah, I hope really bad things happen to him. At least I know your looks fade. In addition to the native rabbits, we have a selection of problem slaves and criminals. They caught the escaped child. I actually have
terrible news for you.
What?
I've seen a ton of women online think that he looks insanely hot as an old man. And I'm not joking.
Is he Shank's dad? Is that who Shank's dad is?
We don't know, but he has the same family name as Shanks.
Okay, yeah. And his face is Shanks-like.
Mm-hmm.
That would make Shanks be like a super important family, which would make everything make more sense. Okay, so Kuma being put here, Saturn looking identical with the Buccaneer boy being caught, and then meeting slave Imperial Ivankov, and slave Ginny. This was so good. This little thing.
Mm-hmm.
This hunt, though, was some of the grossest things I've ever found, but was also accurate.
Yeah.
So in Canada, for instance, there used to be posters up in colonial countries such as England, etc., where they would advertise the best hunts at all. Hunt the ultimate predator, man. And then they would go out and hunt Indigenous people on the east coast of Canada.
Hey, I have a joke that's so brutal I don't know if I can commit, but now I'm gonna. Hey, we say a lot that colonial powers don't recognize the humanity in Indigenous people, but they're absolutely willing to for the sake of advertising.
That's awful. You're a bad kid. And yet it's, yeah. Yep. You're a bad kid. Go to the shame corner.
Yes, that was real. There's a reason there's no more Mohicans.
Also, who else?
Oh God, I don't remember.
Come on, you've got this.
I don't know names.
I don't know names. The Beothuk. So, the extinction of the Beothuk people, Beothuks, was people who were hunted by other nations. People paid money to come out and hunt women, children, and men. And then in the ultimate of disgusting, Canada pretends that the Beothuk people are extinct and there's no more Beothuk, which is a lie.
What? Okay,
yeah,
the Mohicans still... Are the Mohicans actually gone, or is that a lie?
No, they're still around.
Oh,
there are still Beothuk in Canada, but they're not. In insult to injury, colonial people came over and hunted them as if they were just wild animals without humanity. And then Canada said, hey, why don't we say that you were hunted to extinction so we don't even have to deal with land and title or rights.
They don't have to give them reservations because there's few enough of them left that they said they were.
Or truth and reconciliation or anything.
Oh,
well
God.
done, Canada. Slow clap. Slow clap.
Oh, no. You guys, you say North American colonialization is brutal. It's all brutal. Every single place has a different flavor of the brutality of colonialism. One of the wildest is definitely South America, where conquistadors were given complete carte blanche. So some of them were like, we're going to hang out with the natives and make them our friends. And some of them were doing things so horrific that Twitch will not allow me to say it.
Yeah, we can't even talk about it.
Yeah, conquistadors could vary from the very unlikely kind of chill to the far more likely the worst human beings to ever exist.
To breeding pens like Columbus made.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. The hunt will begin in an hour. Run and hide, rabbits. But then we have, that was the treasure from Pirate Island, of course. They will come back to get it. Who leaked that information? Hey, they've got plenty of security. We didn't think that Roger would get involved. Lead with that next time. Now I'm going. This fight was wild.
Mm-hmm.
Wild. And then having Ivankov standing up on the rock, and screaming out. They've concocted this sick murder game to drive off the inhabitants of this island so that they can take its resources. Would you believe that the 100,000 rabbits who live on this island will all be dead to the very last man in just 3 weeks? Is this real life or is this hell? That's a perfect question. But if we can survive the next 3 weeks, we'll be free. Stop dreaming, fool! The total number of survivors of all these games combined will be 0. But why would they tell us to give us hope? Because it's the hope that makes us struggle and run. What's fun about killing people who only fall to the ground in abject despair? Don't waste your time dreaming of salvation in this sick game. We have to escape the game itself. That was so Luffy. And that is so rebellion. That idea that you can't sit back and hope that everything will come to you. Hope is great, but you have to have hope. Like I've told you, hope is one of the greatest weapons. Killers use it all the time. But hope isn't enough. Hope without action is shit. Yeah. So somebody won't lose hope. A man's dreams will never die if it stops just being hope and it becomes actionable. And I think that was pretty amazing. And finding out about the fruits that were going to be available there, knowing that Kaido was going to get the one fruit. Ugh. There were so many cool moments in this fight.
We talked a bit about how if Kaido got the hormone fruit instead of the dragon fruit,
holy
how
shit,
fucked the
worst
world
thing
was.
Ever. Can you even imagine?
Dies if Kaido has the hormone fruit.
He would have never have made to make smile fruit. He just would have changed everybody's bodies for fighting.
Yeah. Holy shit. Like, Big Mom thinks she gave him the better fruit. No. No. We are blessed that he only got the dragon fruit.
Yeah. It would have been so wildly bad.
I love people pointing out that if Ivankov got the dragon fruit, the Revolutionary Army would have a guy named Dragon and a guy who is a dragon, and they are not the same man.
Okay, that would have been awesome. Ivankov with the hormone fruit is pretty amazing.
Yeah. Ivankov is not using it to make an army of murderous psychopaths who are on supercharged steroids.
I like that when they come to the island as pirates, they're just looking to steal things. They're just looking to come in and take the fruits. They're just looking. And then Roger's pirates come in. It's been a whole year. Do you have any idea how I felt all this time? No special privileges for the captain here, Roger. How he comes in just fighting, and you can see the way that he gives zero shits about any of the dragons, of the other pirates, etc., which just it's also Luffy, you know? And it's more evidence that it feels like inside of the devil fruit comes a portion of the person's dream, comes a portion of the person who was there before and had it before, which makes sense because you have to keep asking the question.
Are you on board with Roger had the gum fruit? Is that what you're saying?
No, just I don't know if Roger had the gum fruit. Maybe.
It's a thing that's brought up a lot.
It could be a maybe, right? But I'm just saying that when you look at each of the way that people fight and you see what happened, you can feel that people feel like they have a piece of the person who it came from. You and I talked about this. Why don't the fruits, when people die, why don't the powers that come with them just go away? Why do you need there to be only one of each? Why is it that they go back into the same type of fruit? And what happens? Does it gain ancestral power as it moves person to person throughout the ages? Because I just don't think it stays the same.
Kaido didn't say he didn't have a fruit, just that he conquered the world with haki. People have read it as he didn't have a fruit, but it's not confirmed Roger didn't have a fruit. Did he say it? I thought he said a fruit's not how he conquered the world, which is to me different. Or did he say he didn't need one? Because that would be different.
Especially
I might be misremembering.
I believe haki is the main component 100% to the reason why Luffy is able to become Joy Boy. It's the haki that pushed him over the limits of power. Kaido specifically
said he had no fruit. Never mind then. For some reason, I thought he just said that a devil fruit wasn't how he did it. Like it was with haki he conquered the world.
A different translation. See, this is why we need to read the scanslations, or as I'm going to call them because I think it's funny as frick, the scanties.
You could just go, but it's scanlations. It's the word scan.
Listen to me right now. Is the scanties funny? No. But you know what sounds like panties? The scanties.
Kaido, you can say if you look it up, it doesn't say. That doesn't mean anything. The wiki's been wrong about so much stuff because it makes fan assumptions. And the way the wiki is managed is that if people assume something, it's posted as untrue. I would need to see the panel again.
Anyways, don't ignore me. I'll eat you. It's the scanties. I'm sorry, guys. I know you wanted to be the shanties, but it's not for me. It's going to be the scanties. I'm going to be reading the scanties, and I'm gonna die on that hill.
A wild hill to die on. That is, out of all the hills you could choose, you know, props for being unpredictable in choice of hill.
Listen to me, Drawk. I think we all know that I wouldn't die on a normal hill. I'm gonna die on the wild hill. I'm going to take that hill. I'm going to wild it out. It's going to be a little of where the wild things are. And you know where the wild things are? They're on my weird-ass hill where I'm dying with the scanties.
All right. I'll look at this real quick.
Okay. Let's read this page. The Buccaneer Boy. This is PPSS. This is Saturn. I don't know if you've heard this. He sucks. The Buccaneer Boy. Your only options.
Yes, everyone's right. Kaido did explicitly said he had no devil fruit power. Never mind. I misremembered.
Stunning. Can we move on?
I wanted to be sure. Now we can move on.
The Buccaneer Boy. Your only options are slavery and death. History itself chose them for you. History itself chose them for you. Slavery or death. Which proves more evidence that they were slaves and grunt workers for them that then got freedom and now have been repressed by having to change the shape of the world itself and flood everything and lift things up.
Interesting.
Your only options are slavery or death. History itself chose them for you. Are you important, mister? It doesn't make sense that you're born important and there's no reason for someone to be born a slave. If I've got some kind of power, then I want to be like Nika and save as many of these unfortunate people as I possibly can. Which is why you people will vanish for good. See? See? He says he wants to save everybody and be like Nika, and Saturn says that's the reason why your people need to vanish for good. We're taking you out because of this information you have.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm telling you. Sorbet Kingdom in the South Blue when he has the little things on his hand. Hands off, liberation. Little pawpaw on me. Little pawpaw on my hand. So long, my friends. And he leaves. Poor Ginny. And finding out about Kuma taking pain out of people and then finding out that later that night he lays in bed and just gets filled with that pain. And just takes it. It's just, okay, I'm just going to take it.
Because it'll go back to them if he doesn't.
Yep. He is a totally martyred saint. And then taking all the aches and pains out of the oldies, and meanwhile Ginny is just trying her best to hold him together and sits and cries in the corner and nurses him. And how he wants to get married to her, but she gets stolen by the pieces of shit. His life is just, it's just one sadness after another sadness after another sadness, and then making him in once Ginny is stolen from him and he's all alone in this world. King Becker just took the tools of the Celestial Dragon. This whole plan came from someone above him. If we want to fight back, we have to take on the whole world government. And then when you won't escape, you sad imitation of a celestial dragon, he makes me boil with anger. The king's given in. The enslavement policy is no more. It's very Haitian, this whole thing here. I mean,
I feel it.
It's Haitian, but moved around.
Yeah. Not identical, but like it doesn't have to be for symbolism to be working. No.
Symbolism is definitely there. And then you've got the freedom fighters led in protest around countries after their arrival of the great era of the piracy and the tragic fall of O'Hara. The group took arms. After the tragic fall of O'Hara is amazing because it really shows you how important Robin was to them when they met her. That they were like, the fall of O'Hara was kind of one of the things that gave us the impetus to be a rebellion. And then it also shows you how important that it was that Dragon didn't show his face and let people know that Luffy was his son.
Mm-hmm.
And how Dragon was trying to protect Luffy, that he knew he had to fight to make a better world, to be the world that Luffy was going to be in. Being able to kill an entire group of people and decimate it. At that moment, Dragon had to say, like, okay, great. So do I really just not try to make this a place where it's safe for my son to grow up and to have a life? No, I've got to go out there and fight, which means that I don't even get to see my son. We're going to find out some history on Dragon. It's going to come out, and we're going to watch him with Luffy's mom. And the Luffy's mom thing, I think, is going to be wild because, A, it's being held to the end. And B, there is a reason that Dragon had to turn his back on the government and on the dragons particularly, and then called himself Dragon.
I have a question for you. Well, Monkey D. Dragon's his name, right?
I know, but like goes by dragon, fights against the dragon. There's like a symmetry there.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Let's say we got to put money on it. We each got to make a prediction right now, because I can do that now. No. What? No. What? Let me hear me out. What rank do you think Dragon was in the Marines? I think he was an admiral.
Oh.
I think the writing around Garp and how much he doesn't want to be an admiral, and I think it's great symbolism if Dragon was an admiral and having to follow the orders Celestial Dragons broke.
The problem is that I'm not going to fight you on that. It just feels right.
Someone says Admiral feels too high, except he's the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He's the most wanted
leader
man
of
in the
the
world.
Revolutionary Army.
He could be that strong for sure.
And he also knows things that he shouldn't know unless he was high enough to know them. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's a lot of no's.
I feel.
And then on top of that, it shows why it would be possible for Garp to actually be a member of Sword on the side.
Yeah, I get why people say it feels too high. I understand that. I've gone back and forth on this. I think Admiral. Admiral's my guess.
You know what? I'm gonna stick with Admiral right now too. I'm actually not interested in fighting against this one. I don't think it feels wrong.
Okay.
He knows too much. He understands too much about the structure, the things that are available, the bad things that happened. He came up high enough in it that he got to see some of the stuff that just made him be like, this isn't justice.
Yeah.
And in order to be there, he had to be high enough for that to happen. And then it also really talks about why Garp was like, you're right. Garp was like, no, F that. Screw you. I'm not going to be a part of that. So yeah, I would say.
It feels narratively right to me. I don't know.
I'm so fat. I'm so damn sad about Ginny being stolen.
Ginny,
we got to move so much faster.
Ginny's whole. We are so behind. You know what? Light speed at this point. People know what we're talking about. Let's go. Blazing it.
That's what we're going to do. So let's go. I'll always love you, Kuma. Kuma, you're back. Is Ginny here? She is, but her face and body and all of her skin is turned blue and hard. So then he has to watch her die of this disgusting disease with these jewels all over her body, not be able to go out in the sun. And then she's got a little girl that didn't come from Kuma. Yeah. And then the little girl ends up getting these little things on her face so that he knows she's going to die when she is the center of his entire world.
Yep.
And then we see all the things that he does in the background as a fighter, and he goes out there, her jewelry, yeah. And he goes out there and he's the one who is picked Sabo up when Sabo starts fighting, and he's the one who is there when they take him on board, and then he finds out that there's a blue stone below her eye, and he's like, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do, but I want to be here with her. And he has to give up all of the ways of making a better world for her so that he can be there for the rest of her life and try to find out if he can heal her. By the way, she's wild. Bonnie age 5, giving everyone the bird, flipping everyone off and kicking them. This is a church, you idiot. And even going near the doorway makes me nervous. The fact that he could take her anywhere in the world, and instead all she got to do was sit in this one room with him, and that he made this room as big as he could for her. Like, I think about that a lot. Mm-hmm. God, this arc is so sad. But I think about how
this backstory is the saddest we've had in One Piece. Like, it felt like a debate. Everyone could argue what the saddest was until now, but this is heartbreaking.
Yeah, and so this is the irony. The entire world is open to him in a way that it's not open to anyone else. He can send people anywhere, including himself. So the world is literally his playground. And his daughter only has a room.
Yep.
And he has to make this one room the whole world.
Yep.
And the things that he does there. If you could go on a trip, Bonnie, where would you want to go? And the way that he teaches her about Nika as if she's a buccaneer, as if she is a member of Joy Boy's tribe. And so when people are talking about this idea that Bonnie doesn't belong, do they remember that she was raised in the heart of a buccaneer? That a buccaneer took her under his wing and made her a buccaneer? That he told her the stories of their people? And he talked about how Joy Boy was the ultimate in freedom, and he sang Joy Boy's drum beats to her, and that the sky would be a huge adventure, and maybe they would do that together when she was 20, and talking about Fishman Island, and creating this whole world for her in a way that's very, very, very indigenous, that if you adopt a person, they are you. It doesn't matter where you initially came from, where your blood lies, they are you. And he gives her all his wisdom, all his love, all his history, like she too is a buccaneer. And he raises her that way. Steeped in the legends and the memory of Nika, the sun god. And he creates an entire universe for her in a single room. And she is the ultimate captive, first through her sickness, then through his promise to get her healed from that sickness. And people are angry that she becomes the ultimate symbol of freedom.
I mean,
come on.
I think the issue is you're not used to this genre, and there's a lot of people who are reading it by how transformations are within this genre, which is a transformation represents a power-up that has been earned through something. However, the way that power-ups in shonen are not just about being earned through training, they're about being earned thematically. You'll see that a lot. The greatest power-ups in a lot of manga, in a lot of shonen manga, come from thematically being relevant. And that is more important to One Piece than the training side of things. Luffy became Joy Boy by literally giving his life for the freedom of a country.
I don't disagree.
The part that matters.
But she's never going to be the same strength as Luffy right now. She's an apprentice.
I think people genuinely thought she would be as strong as Luffy. It's a very reactionary core of the fan base. Believe that?
That's knee jerk. All she is doing is she growing in her hockey? Yes. Is she growing into her power? Yes. She's also a 12-year-old girl who was steeped in the stories of Nika and can change her form. It's shocking she would choose to look like Joy Boy. And how does Luffy handle it? By laughing and loving it, because Luffy knows that it doesn't hit other people. Getting strong doesn't diminish your own strength.
Yep.
And
also, sorry, you go, and then I'll get to this.
People becoming a beautiful symbol of freedom doesn't diminish freedom. It's the idea that by loving more people, you're going to love someone less. It's infinite. And freedom should be infinite.
It's the same group of people who, when Lady Toki was introduced, assumed that One Piece was Jover because time travel breaks things and didn't realize it was going to be forwards only. They assumed it would break it. It's the same group of people who, when Odin showed up in Onigashima, assumed One Piece was Jover because Odin came back from the dead and now we're doing resurrections. It's the same people who reacted when Gear 5 happened because it was too silly. There is a group of the fan base that is ready to assume the worst and also wants this to be a more serious, brutal, everything's always gotta be grim series than it is ever going to be or ever has been. One Piece takes itself seriously, but what taking itself seriously looks like isn't what that looks like for other media.
You can't say One Piece takes itself seriously and then have people being like, quit talking about how it's political. And then you're like, it is.
I mean,
and then they're like, you can't be strong.
I do think, you know what, maybe they are the same group. I don't know if the people who say One Piece isn't political are the same people who are reactionary and jump at like, it must be Jover every time something happens.
So you only take the things seriously that you want to be serious. But that's like, there's this person I know who was very religious, to each their own, but they always used to say to me about people who were also within their religion that they hated how they read their holy book with one eye closed, that they only read the shit they liked and they ignored the shit they didn't. And that feels a lot like that. Okay. The incident that was known as the Solo Revolution of Sorbet Kingdom, unbelievable. Like, can you imagine Nami with that power?
I forgot there was a response I wanted to do very quickly, which was someone said that in a Dragon Ball, Goku had to watch his friend die to become Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan's actually way more thematically relevant in Japanese because the translation changed something very important, that Super Saiyan was actually him accepting what it is to be Saiyan, and it was about embracing rage and understanding that he truly was this alien race of conquerors and that he could still be Goku and be that, coming to the conclusion that embracing being Saiyan didn't mean not being Goku, and allowing himself to be angry. In the translation where he talks about Super Saiyan as like a bringer of justice, it doesn't really come through the same way, but in the original Japanese, it's thematically very poignant. Anyways, we can move on.
We have to move on, buddy.
Yeah. Well, that was 30 seconds. That was 30 seconds.
Too much. Unforgiven.
Mm-hmm.
All right, forgiven.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the forgiveness.
All right,
I gotta protect Dragon Ball because it's earned a reputation for being shit these days. And while it's not as story-wise complex as a lot of modern manga, it does a lot right that's very worth respecting.
I haven't said anything about Dragon Ball. If it makes you feel better, you want to know why? I don't know nothing about no Dragon Ball.
Fair. I think you'd enjoy it. Not One Piece good, but it's very good.
Rude.
All right. Let's get to it. Let's keep it up.
I have to plug in my thing first. We died.
Okay. Watch the Abroad series, yeah. The fight paneling, I think it is the only action manga that's easy to read. It is so well paneled. Toriyama is a genius when it comes to guiding choreography.
I want to read something small and happy before we read anything.
Manga's not happy. We can read something small and digestible.
What about Strawberry?
We could read A Cute Slice of Life. We could read Spy Family.
Oh, see, this person said Spy Family at the same time.
Yeah, Spy Family is cute and happy.
Do you think people would like it?
I mean, yeah, who cares what people think? I think we do what we want to do. You want cute and happy, we do cute and happy.
I just want to read something that's a little less grapey.
It is wild that Grape came back into the story right as you were worried about Berserk, huh? There was a worry that it was going to be confirmed which celestial dragon is Bonnie's father, so that we'd have to confront that more directly, and I am glad it was kept ambiguous. I think this series needs that.
We're going to look at it afterwards. There's nothing I can do about it right now.
All right. Should we
Okay. We're already rolling. Get on the bus. Okay, here we go. So, the incident would be known as the Solar Revolution of the Sorbet Kingdom. Sacred Marijois. I hear there's a new king in Sorbet. Strange. Who is it? Saturn really plays such a big role in this whole thing, eh?
He really does. He's got so much more presence than the other elders.
Which means that we're going to get other freaky ass shit from the other elders now, you know. Saturn is here because we're doing war in this way. So I want to go in
science.
And look.
He's the godhead of science, so it makes sense
that I thought he was science.
War is a different one. He is the godhead of science.
That's fine.
So him being Egghead makes so much sense.
Which means that we need to go back through and look at all the other ones and see where we think they will lay out. Because defense and science, thank you. That's why I thought that. Because he's weaponry, right?
Yeah.
And so if he's defense and science, which is weaponry, it would explain why he's so big in here. But that means we're going to have backstories and other effed up things with all the other ones. These boys now, these bad devil boys, they're going to come out and we're going to find out a lot of effed up crap. Unable to resist. What?
I'm excited about them being horrible monsters who we're going to see more of.
Unable to resist the pleas of the people, Kuma became the king of the realm. I think you can help. You can stop teasing me now. The one actually in control of the palace is Old Bulldog. I'm just a figurehead to make the people feel better. He is so adorable with his little ears, hey? With his little bear ears.
Did you know that Oda confirmed that's just a weird cowlick?
That's what it is? Yep. I thought he was wearing like a little headband.
Nope, his bear ears are a weird cowlick, apparently.
Oh. I also like that, part of me liked that she had this fruit and that she was able to change her age, because I feel like it was really sweet for Kuma when he thought she was going to die by the age of 10 to get to see what she would have looked like as a grown woman. But then on the other hand, I started to think about what an absolute shatter that is, to know that she would never get to be that person, and to look at her and think to yourself that you were getting to watch who she would have been if the world hadn't have done her wrong with this disease.
Mm-hmm.
And know that she would never get to be that person. That, as a parent, that would be absolutely gobsmackingly bittersweet. So when he became king, I was like, oh, I knew they were going to come after him and he was going to have to leave, because obviously, right?
This also ties in to the idea, when you call Luffy a terrorist, why it's kind of thematically poignant to the series, because we see this great man chosen by his people labeled a tyrant and known as a tyrant around the world. Even Jinbei was like, I hear you were a tyrannical monster. Like, or he was a tyrannical monster. What people know of Kuma is that he is evil, and yet his people love him.
Once I'm 10 and I'm all better, I'll be able to be a pirate too. Him lying to her when the doctor came and said what needed to happen and that she was going to die. Him traveling the entire world trying to find doctors that would be able to save her, not listening. Ivan and Azumi were thrown into prison. And since I last saw you, you've been a king, a tyrant, and a pirate, eh? Dragon says. I must have come as a surprise to you. Nobody in the Revolutionary Army took those articles very seriously, of course. Hey, Kuma, can I be the captain of the Eastern Forces? Why ask me, Betty? Dragon says the position eternally belongs to Ginny until you give permission. So it takes a foul-mouthed woman to run the Eastern Forces? Yeah, I don't mind.
I love that. It does absolutely explain why Arlong got away with what he got away with, because it wasn't until during Luffy's life that there became a leader of the Eastern Army, so they weren't organized. So we can forgive Dragon for not stopping Arlong.
And that's exactly what I said when I read that. I was like, okay, that's a little better. When Kuma brings her in the little box to take her to see the doctor, and his giant ass egg-shaped head, like that's big, right?
It's too big.
That's big. That's just wrong, right? And he wants to make clones out of him, and his head is shaped like a heart, oddly.
A little bit.
Well, it is with the hair. It just is. There's no way around it. It's awful. It's like an egg heart. I hate it. I hate looking at it, actually. And then we go back into Sacred Marriage. I would like to make a deal with you to save Bonnie's life. Even if you were the devil himself, just save Bonnie. You're a true saint. Clone soldiers are weapons, and weapons are valued, blah, blah, blah. Vegapunk would let the golden... So the whole idea of this didn't make sense. Like, why did they need Kuma for these things? And why was Kuma such a prize as being one of these army? And you're like, it's kind of weird. But then when you realize that he's one of the very few Buccaneers left, and the Buccaneers had this strength, and they're also stealing his abilities, that you're suddenly like, okay, this does make sense why you would want Kuma then.
Not only that, but the godhead of science and defense wanted nothing more than to control him.
Exactly. And so if you go through here and you're saying that he had just... he says, I'm just a weak-willed pacifist. And then he says, I like that. I think we'll use it for the name of my soldiers in the future. Ugh. Oh, the pacifistas. And that's why I think that Admiral Kuzuro is going to be changed, because he spends all this time. They make this deal. Kuma has to give up. A rookie named Ace, knocked out one of the 7, has been searching for a replacement. The pirate world is growing restless.
Now we get to learn more about Ace and the fact that he was taking out warlords like Luffy.
Unbelievable. I was like, are you shitting my face right now? Oh, the fact that they kind of be friends, that he understood Kuma's heart, that he saw him for who he was. He's a pirate worth blah, 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 blah. My second condition, Kuma, is that you must be a human weapon for the Navy. So, okay, I give up my whole entire life. I have to have, you must ultimately abandon your mind and your free will. You piece of shit. And then when he's crying and you're like, he's sitting there sobbing and you're like, I would also sob. And then it goes back down after everything he has to do. You can't see Bonnie. You can't have this. You have to give up your freedom. You're going to forget all your memories. And he goes, this is murder, pure and simple. To perform such an operation would violate human morality. And would you do it on me, Vegapunk? I was so worried that his demands would be impossible, and I wouldn't be able to save Bonnie despite being this close. Thank you. I will gladly accept any fate if it means curing Bonnie's disease.
He gave so much.
And without a thought, he's crying. Not because the conditions are too much, but because he can meet the conditions.
He doesn't even consider how... That's the thing, I've seen people kind of misread this as like, yeah, he's happy it's so little. No. It's no matter... He didn't care about whether it was little. He didn't care about any of that. As long as they were conditions he could meet, he'd be happy. As long as it was like, possible.
This is horrible. I can't believe how horrible any of this is. And after he gives in to all those requests, after everything, it would seem while Kuma is undergoing the augmentation process, he will reign over the seas as a warlord. You will be forbidden from contacting your daughter or escaping after the procedure. If you do violate that order, your daughter will be turned into a slave. I will never meet with her. I just have one request. I don't want Bonnie to know about her disease or the fact that she's being held hostage. So I ask that once Bonnie's surgery is done, she not be held in some drab government facility, but in the comfort of the church in Sorbet Kingdom where she grew up. If you promise me that, I'll never visit her, and I will do exactly as you command me. Very well. And Kuzuro is sitting there with his head bent over, which is why, to me, eventually all these bits and pieces are going to creep into his soul, and he has to flip.
Oh, yeah. You don't write a story of a man suffering this much with the beacon of freedom and personal liberty right there, fighting for the life of the people he cares about, and not do something with that as an author.
Exactly. It's ridiculous.
If you don't, that's money left. It's tragic. But it's money left on the table, which I feel like is not Oda's writing style.
Exactly. They eat together. They have pizza together. They dance together. They have fun together. He does the whole dance with them. You have Kuzuro in the dance that looks just like the one in the forests up in Skypiea. There's just no way that all that, if you don't use that, you're wasting it. So here's the most amazing thing. Like, she's held hostage. It's bullshit. She escapes. That's all great. That's a whole thing on its own. He goes around, everyone thinking he's a tyrant. Everybody is talking about it. It's all around the world. We even go back and to see Luffy getting new orders. All that is great. But where my heart went is when we do a flashback and Kuma is now on he does Goa Kingdom, East Blue, and he's meeting up and he says, you seem extremely familiar with this particular nation. I couldn't help but notice you traveling to a little village at the end of the country and watching a particular young lad. Keep going if you want to see me killed. What do you mean? Children are a vulnerability for any parent. Pardon me. I'll forget everything I saw. And then he stops. And it's incredible because he immediately knows. And I do like that we also got to see Monkey D. Luffy saying, like, I'm going to be so strong, but if anyone ever captures any of my crew, then I won't hold back. At 16 years old, I was like, that's amazing. And then we know that Kuma starts watching Luffy, which is also incredible. He takes Dragon's son and starts watching him as well because he understands how terribly horrifying it is to have all this love but not be able to see your child. So he takes on some of Dragon's parental love, and he watches Luffy. Luffy feels eyes on him, and you know that he watches Luffy more than once. You can feel that suddenly Kuma was like, fine, now I have my eyes on two people. And Bonnie never gets to have any of her letters, and you're crushed, and it's awful. And meanwhile, Kuma keeps going through the treatments. And then there's a celebration and all these wonderful things for Bonnie turning older, and she doesn't get to have any of the letters. And your heart is breaking. But you know that he's just not seeing her, even though he's peeking through things and trying to see her. And she does her Nika-like future, which, by the way, Nika-like future is already her trying to determine what Nika would look like and turn her body into that. So we already saw this. Like, he forecasted what he was going to do.
If you, like, it felt so much like something that was going to happen. Like, the people who don't like it couldn't feel more built up.
Like, he built it up over... When she did the Nika-like future, and that's not even with her doing the dances, the seeped in history, the knowledge of the people of the Buccaneers. That's not even that. That's just her trying to determine what would Nika be like and make moves for it. Fighting moves for it was incredible. And then her escaping, and the people who used to be fishermen, I mean strong fishermen, but fishermen becoming her freaking pirate tribe. She now has a crew of what used to be fishermen. And her dressing up, she's wearing things that are ridiculous now that you look at them. But the problem is that everybody in One Piece has like wild ass outfits. But when you look at her outfit, they more seem to be put together by a little
child trying to dress herself, for sure.
Exactly, which is exactly what Oda wanted us to not see but see, so that when he revealed it, it became this beautiful thing. Getting to see Luffy first getting his bounty, and getting to see Ace go, Jinbei, do you know whose little brother this is? He defeated Arlong's crew? This boy? The answer is mine. He's my brother. And then you still see Kuma watching him over this time. What a strange twist of fate, Dragon. Both of our children are pirates. And just how ridiculous the beauty of that is. And her putting a piece of jewelry in her face so that her dad would know who she was. Because she knew what was going to take place. And she said to herself, well, then when I do find him, I want him to know who I am. And he's still going for treatments to have his memories stolen and to put away. Until the day that he is sent out to kill the Straw Hats and to kill Luffy. And he stands there looking at a boy that he's been watching for ages, that he's also been watching over like he's an uncle, helping to protect, because Dragon can't always be there. And he knows that if he doesn't do what he was told, Bonnie is murdered or enslaved. And he still agrees to take the pain from Luffy. And if Zoro is willing to have it, that he will still turn his back on his orders from the government, which means that he puts Bonnie in the worst danger. The amount of faith that he has in Luffy that he may be Nika, the amount of love that he has for Dragon, that he would do this thing despite everything he's given up for Bonnie, is absolutely wild. You have exceptional friends. He's your son after all, Dragon.
Yeah.
That was one of the most powerful lines. And remember when I read it, I thought it was super powerful and I thought it was amazing. But I said, like, this is a good guy. There's no way. This is a good guy, that line. But I could not have imagined what he was putting at risk when he said that. He was standing there and saying to him, despite the fact that I may put my daughter, who I have given everything in the world up for, at risk, I cannot kill him. I cannot. Because I understand just how important he may be in the future.
Yep.
And then Bonnie eating everything. So we need to talk about this later because I think the eating is going to be really, really important. I have a hunch.
Ginny was defined by being very hungry.
Yeah. So then, watching everything that he's going through, and when he's going into it's when he watches Luffy at the slave market that he said to himself, holy shit. I had a hunch, but look at him protect fishmen. Fishmen who have been held down for a reason. Fishmen who are everything, and do the ultimate thing. That is an act of high treason, the likes of which none have accomplished in many centuries. And that is the moment that he knows, shit, this is Nika. I'd almost bet my soul on it. And so he's gonna bet his soul on it. Because once again, he's gonna have to do something that's gonna put his daughter at risk. I couldn't save any of them. That's not true. This is just the level of a new world. It's still too soon for the likes of you and your crew. Don't come here yet. One day in the future, you will be the man who saves the world.
It's so beautiful.
So whether Luffy knew it or not, he had an uncle working behind the scenes. He had somebody, and this is what I think that can be forgotten. He had somebody who was loving and protecting him all along. But he had a man who was putting his family at risk because he saw Luffy as not only his family, but the future.
But it continues along with the themes of One Piece that you shouldn't just get a pass for being related to someone, because Kuma investigates Luffy out of curiosity, but only comes to love and protect him for who he is as a person. It's not the gum fruit that makes him like you or Nika for sure. Sure, that's why he's certain when he sees how he acts, but it's punching a celestial dragon that makes him certain that this is a boy who's deserving of protection, that he is a boy willing to take on the world. It continues this beautiful theme that your actions and who you are what matter.
Exactly. So then Saturn, the piece of crap, you will not leave him any free will. I'm a scientist too. You cannot deceive me. But then Kuma and Bonnie, they'll never meet again. I'm just happy that you thought of me, Vegapunk. Huh. You shouldn't have heard that. And who was it that gave me supersonic hearing? Well, here we are, Kuma. This is the day I flipped the switch. It's been a long 2 years, but I've enjoyed them with you. Me too. Your first mission seems like it involves fighting against Whitebeard's pirates. They've ordered a mass development of clone soldiers. After that is done, I'd like you to program a mission into me. You want to stand guard over the Straw Hat ship? I would like to protect their home until one of their crew returns to it.
Only their home is so special.
Because even though I won't be around to witness their growth, something in his action shakes the very core of my being. Nika is only a legend, but I instilled into Bonnie the stories of a warrior who rides the rhythms of liberation and brings smiles to all. If there is a hero that will bring great transformation to the sea, I think it must be him. Oh, God. And so even in his last moments, when everything is about to be taken from him, I knew, and I said that I knew that there was something absolutely horrifyingly painful in him giving up his body and being pre-programmed by Vegapunk when we were there. And I said, like, this is going to be insane. Because in this time, I just was like, how could he be doing this? And why does he have this? And to find out, you cannot be a hero without other heroes. Luffy can't be the hero that saves the world unless a lot of other people are heroes. And Kuma is one of those big heroes. And Luffy didn't even know
he didn't want any credit. He didn't want to be celebrated. He didn't want to be loved. He just wanted to help people. And he knew that saving Luffy was the way he'd save the world.
to save their home kept them together.
Yep.
And then when you turn the page over, this page breaks me. Page 15 of 17 in chapter 1102. It shows how much Kuma has had to run and how he always chose to run towards the hard thing. It doesn't show him running away. It shows him running to the hard choice time after time after time. Every time he runs towards the hell and towards the hero. He becomes the hero.
It's the most beautiful picture.
It's absolutely heart-wrenching. And to watch the sobs coming out of Dr. Vegapunk, your death is a nuisance to every person who's ever known and loved you. Listen to me, Kuma, and listen good. You are a hero to Bonnie and to all of us. Thank you. Say Vegapunk? Yes, I already know. Thank you for saving Bonnie. If you should see Bonnie, would you pass a message for me? Tell her happy 10th birthday.
Oh. Yep.
Wild.
Yep.
And then to have Bonnie throw herself at Dr. Vegapunk and hug him and say, I'm so sorry, Vegapunk, and understand the hell that went through. Oh, it was the entire thing. It was everything. Getting to see that. Oh.
Guys, I have a problem, which is I have no idea how to add in the Straw Hats without ruining this composition. This is beautiful already. I'm gonna figure it out, but give me a second here. It's a good thing I have like an hour left.
My eyes. I've got so much emotional leakage.
It's a rough one. Not making them tattoos. Come on.
Oh, okay. What is this? It's a present for your 10th birthday. Kuma left it with me. From Daddy? Yay! What a beautiful sapphire. This necklace is shaped like the sun. I'll treasure it forever. Which also shows you that every time people thought that sun symbols that I thought were symbols weren't, with the center thing, and then all the things around the outside, they were.
I think only some people disagreed with you on those, and like because we had that person find what a Mayan sun looked like, and it was identical.
And then it does have the 4 directions or the 4 winds, and then their right-hand person. That's how many circles are around it, which is kind of interesting. Indeed, 2 years ago, who could have imagined that a boy turning into this? So Straw Hat is the son of Daddy's friend. Yep, I was shocked when I saw the two of you together. Fate is strange things sometimes. I just, and then when she understands, it's Saturn. Everything is Saturn. It all falls down to Saturn. And then when you go into the next page, when you're on page 7 of 17 in chapter 1103, and you see Kuzuro laying on the ground in despair. Santamuro. Bonnie. So it does kill him already. I'm really hoping I'm going to predict that he turns in this arc simply because I want him to. I think holding it off too long is wrong.
I'm going to join you and put my money on that. I don't know if it's true. It feels like if I were writing it, what I would do.
Yeah.
So because it feels like how I would use it, it just feels like it's too sad if Luffy can't give this man freedom.
Yeah, I would agree. Ooh. Sorry, I'm having a moment. Yeah, sapphires are connected to Saturn. Huh. It's protection and mental clarity and focus. That's an interesting thing.
All right,
huh.
I got to add all
That's
the straw hats,
interesting.
and I got very little time to do so. Get to it.
All right. Here we go. And then you've got Dragon. If Kuma is running off on some fragment of his true instincts, where do you think he would go, Iva? If it were me, I would charge Marajra without a second thought, but Kuma is different. And the fact that they're still looking for him is one of those put a pin in it, because it is possible that also the Straw Hats fighting against all these rat bastards could also come have the Revolutionary Army come here, right? It is very possible that it's time for Luffy to meet his dad.
Yep.
Because you've got them trying to figure out where Kuma has gone to, and if they're trying to figure that out, and they get news of where Bonnie is going to be, the minute they know where Bonnie is, and if Bonnie is in danger, it would make sense for them to trip along. So I'm going to have to wait for a couple of chapters, but it seems possible. And I can't believe that. And here's another one. If I'm going to die anyway, says Bonnie, I might as well take you down to me, she says to Saturn. Distorted future, Nika-like future. And then Saturn looks at her and goes, Nika? So she's already again and again trying to do these things. I'm getting weaker. Why? I see you're his daughter, and you know that name, but you don't know what it is. She doesn't seem to have made the connection between Nika and the Straw Hats. Such a shame. Hey, who gave him food? Put Seastone prison cuffs on him. Too late. Once Luffy is eaten, nothing can stop the Luferton.
Who fed Luffy's a great question. I think it feels impossible with what we know, but I think it's Kizaru.
I do too, but the only problem is that when I look at it and I'm looking at the ground, because I can see Kizaru here.
Yep.
And this first shot, and he's one of the people lining up. And then when you flip over, it shows Kizaru laying on the ground. But it just feels like it was Kizaru.
It could be. It's either Kizaru, Caribou, or Van Augur seem like the likely candidates.
Caribou didn't give him food in this one. Caribou already gave him food in another one.
Yeah, but he could have done it again. He's mini fridge. That's his job.
I mean, I guess. Hate that kid.
Kizaru is the only one fast enough other than Van Augur. Van Augur could have been like, you know, it's better for us if this guy gets his ass kicked because we need to get an opening to touch him. So here you go, Luffy, teleport.
Okay, you want to believe in Nika, don't you? Nika is real. Ever since the day my father became a cyborg that obeys your orders, I've been searching for Nika, hoping that he'll be able to free Daddy. And your current weakness is evidence that you've begun to think he's not real. Your father believed in the idiotic legend of the Buccaneers as well. He said to me, I want to save people like Nika does. Years later, I performed a chemical experiment on your mother, who was the 8th wife of a fellow in the Holy Land. It was a failure. Those blue blemishes showed up again. But although I didn't have the desired results, I found quite curious that the same effect was passed down to her daughter. You did all of that? It is interesting that it was passed on to her daughter, because now he's going to be talking about a way to take people out over time. Like, imagine if you could do something that then gives the disease to the next person so you could wipe people out. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, I do. I get what you're saying. So I was just in composition brain trying to figure out my next move.
Okay. Put yourself in my shoes. Would you bother yourself with the feelings of insects? It is impossible. So yeah, he is something more for sure. He's definitely a actual devil, an actual demon.
And if not, it's just a story about the corruption of power, and that's okay. But you know what? I'm putting my money on it. That's a demon.
I'm sorry, Daddy. After all you did for me, and he tries to smash him into the ground, and Kuma shows up. But you gotta keep wondering, like, how did Kuma know?
Love?
We already had that thing where he said if that's how it works, then physics is in trouble. But how is Kuma sitting with people? Is it the necklace? Like, yeah, like he gets it in his hands, but how is it just the necklace? I don't know. There's something more there. Maybe it's programmed that if Bonnie's in danger, Kuma shows up, because I could see that being something that Vegapunk would do.
I can see that. I mean, but Vegapunk's shocked that Kuma can move right now. He's like, that guy should not exist. I don't think it's that.
But he says, I pressed Kuma's self-destruction switch. And here he still is.
Yeah.
And he punched out one of the 5 elders. Rescue Saint Saturn at once. A slave just punched a man in the pinnacle of the world. It's a historical atrocity. I don't know. I'm telling you right now, there's something more here. And once Kuma punches him, I knew that if I helped you turn into a bomb, they would inevitably use it. Oh, that's right, as a suicide weapon. But I upheld their conditions. The end. I attached a total shutdown switch to you, and now that's been thrown. You should be in a total vegetative state without the ability to act of your own free will or even carry out orders. There is no reason he should have sprung into motion, and no logical scientific basis for his arrival at this island where Bonnie is.
It's definitely not something Vegapunk did. Because he's fucking flabbergasted. This guy has no idea what's going on.
When he says this, you've got to think about what is inside the Buccaneers that makes them different. It is not the physical strength of the Buccaneers that makes them remarkable. For at one point in time, and then he stops. So what is going on? At one point in time, and then he just peters out.
I don't know. Could they act beyond death? Could they imbue their souls into objects? So, like, his soul is in the object that is his body. Is that how devil fruits were made? Was Buccaneer souls being used?
You gotta wonder. Like, Buccaneers have so much more to them. Like, I love your idea that you just came across with that one time was it Buccaneers who made devil fruit?
Or my thinking with that is that they were used by the Lunarians to make devil fruits because their souls can persist into objects beyond death. So that's the way they got devil fruits to reincarnate, was with Buccaneer souls. But then again, we've also talked about with each other that the idea of that the devil fruits were built to contain demons. You can't kill whatever the elders are. So what if you had to bind them into fruit? There's so much you could do. Do they have persistent souls? One time it's very difficult to place. There's so many ideas I have of what it could be.
Yeah. There's something here, and I just don't know what it is, and he's playing around. I think I'm going to go back and play with chapter 1104 up. But now that you, Kyozoro, now that you Kumaseen, blah, 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 we got an abundance. Can't take the pressure? You're a sad man, Kyozoro. Yes, I'm a miserable sight. I should have brought darker shades.
I love this guy, honestly.
Those, and then Saturn, those who study the secrets of the world, those who possess the blood of a lost people. So those would be the D's. And that's what I was going to tell you when I said that, because everybody was like, oh, a lost people, these people were taken. No, I'm saying there's a lost people that have to be found. And I'm wondering if those lost people are going to be the D's who have awakened an ancient god. This island is fully inconvenient people who must be eradicated. I think the lost people, I don't think it's just the Buccaneers. I think there's more to it. Like, yeah, Buccaneers are lost people, but there's only one Buccaneer there. How many D's are there? I don't know.
Okay. I think he's just talking about the Buccaneers, but we'll see.
You are still hiding something. It's for the sake of humanity. Did I forget to mention that I have ordered a strike against the ship that escaped the island? Same thing as we had in O'Hara. People escape. Everyone's running away. We're at least going to get all the survivors out, and boom, they take them out. Like, it's kind of obvious. The fact that they even had to wonder if that would happen. Come on now. We knew it was going to happen. I wonder if it's going to be easier to read this piece by piece this way, because there isn't so much heartache all at one time. Because when you're reading like big honkin' chunks, it's amazing, like all that heartache piling up on top of you.
It's a little less heartbreaking, but it's still hard.
Shoot that foolish family.
Not knowing what happens week after week or how bad it's gonna get, it is difficult in its own right.
I can't believe how cool it is that Vegapunk said the one thing that he never said, and the one thing that I will not allow to happen is Bonnie will never have to have her father murder her. So if Bonnie asks to be saved by any of these pacifistas, she will be. So Bonnie actually has the ultimate control. Don't shoot us, Daddy. Help us escape this island. Doom, doom, doom. Did you hear a voice through all the explosions? You couldn't have. And all the pacifistas turned around. That was such good writing. I just adored that. And even though Vegapunk got stabbed right through the chest with the poison hell health, dude, and even though I will cut you 2 in half, don't worry, Bonnie, it won't hurt. Kizaru! And even though they had to go through all of that, I just couldn't believe what great writing that was to have Bonnie be able to control the pacifistas.
I really like it. It puts things in an interesting place for the final war, where in theory the pacifistas are under the control of the world government. However, we now have the Straw Hat side with Bonnie, and the Blackbeard side via the Seraphim with Katarina Devon able to hijack control.
This part where Bonnie's laying on the ground with Dr. Vegapunk and she has these memories. Nika, that's right, he's my idol. He appears from the blue with laughter and rhythm. And then we see Luffy flying through the air and Bonnie looking up. So you didn't realize it, Bonnie? I couldn't be sure until I saw it for myself. And Luffy is going, ah! With his drum. Dum, 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 dum. The very same Straw Hat Luffy that Kuma had his eye on was Nika, the sun god. And they start, Kuma was right. This buster call is futile. For centuries, people all over the world have been waiting for him. And that's why I don't know why people had to freak out. Obviously, he's not going to make her the same power. Obviously, he's not going to take away Luffy's specialness. Luffy had to train in a very special way. He had to align his hockey in a very special way. He is the one we have been waiting for. This isn't just like, we've been waiting for one and one more that we didn't tell you about. Like, that's not what it's gonna be like. But if you've been waiting for someone for all this time, you don't know the impact they're going to have on others, especially somebody who has made themselves to be like someone and who all her life has been steeped in the rhythm of his heartbeat and his freedom. Like, it just obviously
something beautiful about
I almost
that
died when I watched what?
It's something beautiful that her image of freedom is Luffy's heartbeat, the very rhythm of his life, and a heartbeat that represented his life being gifted back to him after he proved himself by sacrificing everything and pushing himself to his limits to save people's freedom. It's beautiful.
I absolutely agree.
Symbolism in One Piece is so successfully layered. The layers don't conflict when they are layered. They all make each other stronger, and whether it's an illusion or a symbol within the series. And that's really hard to do as a writer. I see a lot of people who are like, we got to stop calling Oda Goda just because he foreshadows and plans. That's not it. This is it.
Exactly. This is some of the very best, coolest writing. And the way that he has pulled all these characters together in here, like Dory and Brogy, come on. We see them in the beginning of our journey. They're really kind of one of those moments where you had this feeling of like, oh, we're not in Kansas anymore. Like, Dory and Brogy really let us know that we were in a whole new world. And then when do they come back? Now? On Egghead, when in the Meiji Restoration, obviously, because all the symbolism of updating how you work things and all of the technology that's involved and the being worried about moving yourself into the future is very Meiji Restoration. But now, so we fully understand now, because suddenly they're here, just how powerful Jory and Brogy were when they show up here now. And we're just like, damn, baby. And not only did Jory and Brogy show up, they bring all these other giants with us. So now we know that our boys got to go home. Absolutely breaks Usopp. I mean, come on now. And this is where they show up, and they're like, yeah, we heard there was trouble here. So what are you doing here, Master Brogy and Master Dory? And they're just like, yeah, we heard there was trouble here. And we came to sort it out with you. So and then great. Your heart is like, am I really getting to see this right now? Is this really something that's taking place? Oh, and how about this moment with Bonnie? Hey, Bonnie? Why are you crying? Of course I'm crying, idiot. I've been looking for you. We've been together this whole time. I know, but I didn't know that you were Nika. Nika? What's a Nika? By the way, I saw that wimpy punch you threw. What a thing to say. So Luffy, I saw the wimpy punch you threw. I wanted to hit him with the rubber punch like yours. Show me how to do it. This is so show good. Me how to do it. It's so good. Okay, from now on, throw your punches like this. He's in the middle of a fight with one of the elders, and he's like, oh, you want to see me throw punches? It's like this.
Because no matter what, Luffy is always about the reason he's fighting matters more than the fight. He is fighting to save people, and saving people doesn't just mean making them not die. It means saving their spirit, their ability to feel free. If it weren't for this, if it weren't for Luffy taking a moment to inspire her, then she wouldn't still see a future where she's free and be able to access the form she
exactly
did.
Because if he doesn't teach her, then he's saying, what's the point in learning? We're not going to be alive in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sanji kicking the laser light that comes out of Kuzoro. Are you kidding me? That was a laser beam, says Frankie. Kuzoro's eyes go huge. Love is stronger than light. Kizaru, sorry. Kizaru goes, so his eyes go, woo! And then Sanji, love is stronger than light. And then Kizaru, if that's true, then physics as we know it is dead.
It's such a fucking funny line. The scanlation translated a little differently. I love both jokes. In the scanlation, he goes, if that's true, we're going to have to rewrite a lot of physics textbooks, which is such a good joke.
They're all good.
Great translation either way. Fucking fantastic.
I also, even though I hate Caribou, the wet reindeer, as we all know, watching him fanboy over the Blackbeard's pirates was kind of cool. My name is Caribou. I'm just a humble pirate.
He's Blackbeard's equivalent of Bartolomeo.
Yeah, absolutely is. I'm at your service. I've been looking for you folks. See, there's a certain someone who's inspired me to go out to sea in the first place. My lifelong dream is to be one of Master Blackbeard's teaches goons. Please, you just gotta let me see him in person. I'm begging you. It was so cool. He might as well have been Bartholomew. Bardo would have been proud with his fanboying.
Except he'd be like, you're back in the wrong goddamn horse. And to me, ladies, you're both beautiful. You've made great choices. Don't worry, you picked the two best pirates in the game.
Oh my god.
Bardo, slightly better.
Oh my god, how dare you. This is why you and I, we're gonna not be agreeing on this shit at all.
I feel like I have cheated at picking favorite characters because Blackbeard, by the way stories work, is almost guaranteed to just keep winning until he fights Luffy, my favorite character, and then lose.
I guess so, but
so, I get my way the whole story.
I'm so excited, that we're going to go over to the Island of Giants, and we're going to get to see the Island of Giants and stuff, but I'm more also excited how much lore we're going to find out on the Island of Giants. You know, like, them rescuing all the books from O'Hara and finding out about how they have been tackling keeping the history alive. It feels like Buccaneers plus Giants equals whole world opening up. And after that, to the moon!
To the moon?
To the moon, baby. Oh, God, I hope Kuma doesn't die. Like, Kuma, I've always loved that boy. The minute I met him, I was like, what's up with this kid?
Yeah, he has been in more images I've drawn than any character not named Luffy.
I love that kid. I've loved Kuma since the beginning. You know when you love someone so much, but it isn't even obvious to you, and then you look back on it, and it's like The Usual Suspects. You see all the places that he is, and you're like, I pick him all the time.
I was there with you when you were reading Thriller Bark, and you fucking despised him until the very end of Thriller Bark when he let Zoro live and said the line and about Dragon, and then you were like, what the fuck is this guy's deal? He's so fascinating.
Yeah, that was my Kuma moment where the two of us, I was like, all right, hold my hand, buddy. I have a feeling you're going to need it. From the way to Oda shifted. Okay, Mama Drawk, regarding the name change from the Supernovas to the Worst Generation, because there's been a way for Oda to shift attention away from the Grossi who are named 5-7, the classic Wax edition of the Thunderface. Who do you think could be the moon? Yeah. I mean, Enel is a short answer, but I think I need to look at that because I had moon and sun theories. I got to go back to the cork board and pull that apart.
It kind of depends on the mythology Oda's drawing from, because sometimes the moon is the opposite, sometimes it's a complement, and that's
what I was just thinking.
It entirely depends on what the moon is supposed to represent in the series, who it's going to be.
Yeah, I got to go back to the board on that one. I haven't done enough moon work. Even though I feel like the moon is always watching them, the moon is always part of everything.
My instinct is to consider it as similar to, or to go off of, Princess, oh my god, what is she? Princess whatever, the moon child in the bamboo.
Kiriagi or whatever.
Yeah, why can't I remember her goddamn name? But my instinct is to go there because it's such a common illusion in Japanese media that I imagine that's the easiest way to go for moon symbolism.
Yeah.
Kaguya, Princess Kaguya.
But they're... Yeah. But the only reason I wonder is we're making Luffy the moon god, or the sun god makes it an opposite of Amaterasu, even though it could have originally been a woman.
You know what is crazy?
I
made a carrot.
I think the idea that no.
It's very tough to say because moons have so much diverse symbolism. Suns are a lot more like static between cultures and what they represent. It's not like they are, obviously it changes, but not to the extent that moons do.
It's also very interesting too, because like you've got people who are changed by the moon, and how does that power work?
Hey guys, I'm sorry for copping out and just making the 9 straw hats into a pattern behind them, but I think this is my favorite art I've done for the channel. And like,
I think it's even better. Can I just say
that doesn't compromise.
It's better that the straw hats are back there because now it's a reminder that these two being in this joy thing, that we've got a straw hat on this kid and we've got a giant ass straw hat in a room with Emu. Like, it's a big ass deal. This hat means something.
We're being counted in by Red Potato and not Kaito?
What the hell?
Plugged already? Not really. She didn't do the full plug. She did like a mini plug.
Pretty shitty plug, but what are you gonna do? Sometimes Mama does shitty plugs.
Oh shit, we're almost 4 hours in. We're almost done. Holy fuck, when did that happen? When did it become 4:15?
This is a long ass. Hey there, YouTube! Can I hear some joy? Joy down in my heart. Down in my heart. Hey, down in my heart. You know what would give me joy? You know what would give me a great deal of joy, Drawk?
Nope.
If people subscribed and liked, There's so many of you that like this and don't like it, just like it. It would give me joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Where? Down in my heart. That was a great song. I'm going to sing that again one day. Not now, I'm done.
If you're not sold on it, have you looked at how good this art is today? Like, this should be enough to convince you.
This art is fire, which is ironic since it looks like it's in a wave. But it's fire. Wave fire. Anyways, YouTube, we have a P.O. box. You can send us letters and or your predictions or pictures of you with your dog. I don't know what you send, but we have a P.O. box. It's right here.
I gotta check again.
Woo! Right there. You see it? And then the other thing is as soon as we get to 100,000, I know you're thinking to yourself, 100,000. Hey, pop off. Things happen slow then fast. That's how things go.
That's how they go.
That's how they go. When we get to 100,000 subscribers, we're going to get a tattoo. And now I have a different idea about a tattoo. I want people to send in tattoo ideas because we're going to get there and we're going to get tattoos. And we have a Discord. And people, the other day, somebody came into the Discord. They were a new Patreon. And then I talked to them and they thought it was weird, which I thought was weird because I was like, yep, I'm a person and I'm talking to you.
We're in the group. You guys can, like, what people don't get about the Discord is we won't always get to everything because there's a lot to catch up on. But we're there. And if you ping us, like, we see it. We see the ping.
We hang out. We talk. I like that while we're talking about this, you got real close into a pit.
Yeah, well, I decided, because I like this art so much, I'm going to do some refining work so that it can be expanded more easily. We're past the point where I feel like, with this, where we've already done the drawing, I don't need to worry about people's comfort when we're refining.
Yeah. Anyways, also, when we get to 20,000 subscribers, which we are almost at, woo, can I get a hell yeah?
Hell yeah.
Then Drawk is going to do a whole big-ass Marco the Pineapple.
No, that was 50. That was 50,000.
Oh, I lied to you. What was 20,000?
20,000 is just someone said we wouldn't do it.
Well, I know that, and that person was a bad kid.
That's all. We didn't say anything else. We just did the
thing. Can we change it? Can you be Marco at 20,000, please?
No. When I commit to numbers, I try my best to commit to them.
God dang it, Drawk.
I commit to numbers, except
That's fine. Drawk will dress up as Joy Boy Luffy. Nika, I just committed you. When I commit you to numbers, I commit you to numbers.
That's not how that works. You can't. I only have hair in the center of my head. How am I supposed to do that?
Yeah, you know what? We're gonna get a wig. It's gonna be amazing. You're gonna love it. Yeah, it's gonna be fantastic. Everyone, it's time. It's time to join. It's time for Drawk to be Joy.
The whole reason I was gonna be Marco was that the hairstyle fits.
Hey, that's fine, but you're going full Nika now. It's gonna be amazing.
Oh my god.
20,000. I'm gonna help you put together an outfit. People are gonna go, what the shit am I looking at? And it's gonna be amazing. Yeah, that's how I feel about that. So subscribe because Drawk just committed. Drawk just committed to becoming Nika. Oh, it doesn't matter. Drawk, you're being Nika. I'm already going to look in online. I'm practically already in a wig store.
If you get a bad wig, it's going to suck.
Oh, it's going to rock, Drawk.
What runs a Drawk? I have the abs to want to be on stream like that, but ugh.
You don't have to become full naked him. We can put on a white, what's it called? A white vest. Oh, it's going to be so good. I can't even believe how excited you are about this.
It's on a vest.
Anyways, YouTube, welcome here to the Unkin Things. So get us up to 20,000, and Drawk is very excitedly going to become Joy Boy, and it's going to give him joy.
So many lies have been said today, chat. YouTube, I can't tell you which ones are lies and which ones are not. What I can tell you is she probably is going to buy a wig, and something is going to happen if we hit 20,000.
Oh, I'm definitely getting you a whole damn ass outfit.
Hitting 20,000, actually. Don't subscribe too fast now.
Subscribe as fast as you want. I'm going to immediately go out and make it happen. It's not actually that important. You know what? At the end of the day, making your identity about numbers on YouTube is bad for your mental health, so feel free to just take it like nice and slow. You know what? I have an idea. Just hit it hard. Yeah, let's go. You got this.
Don't tell your friends. Don't push it too much. I think it's probably good for our ego if it's a nice slow roll to get there.
don't know. I think what you should do is hit it as hard. I want skywriting, put it on chalk on roads, write it on windows.
If you're at a One Piece trading card game tournament, don't bring up the channel necessarily. You know, you want to make friends. Don't be like a pusher.
Do it nonstop. I'm so excited.
Pearl. We talked about Pearl and the fact that Pearl's alive. We got to keep moving though. We have before 13 minutes.
You and I
barbecue to get to.
Stop talking. Before you and I close this, I just want to say this. I'm super excited for you.
So I think the same thing has happened this time that happened last time, which is we've honestly talked about the end of this section enough early on that we kind of don't need to go over it in the same detail.
No, we don't. But I just want to talk about a couple of little things that are very important to me.
But I do have a barbecue to get to, so we can't go much past 4:30.
I do have grandchildren to hang out with.
You do.
I've been watching them and watching them and watching them.
I saw them the other day, and you know what I got to say about them?
What?
Too small. It's uncomfortable.
They're uncomfortably tiny, but they're rocking it. They really are rocking it.
They're very cute. My dog was Bellamy. He's very cute. He was so excited because he smelled babies and he was wagging his little tail. My sister pulled a baby out, let him sniff it, and he sniffed it and was very happy. And he walked around, did a circle, and sneezed because he sneezes to let you know that he's happy about stuff because he doesn't understand why dogs do that when they're play fighting. He just thinks you're supposed to do it to say you're happy.
Let you know. It's supposed to be to let you know that they're not dangerous.
Yeah, for him, it's whenever he's happy or thankful, he sneezes. It's very cute. Anyways, he did sneeze, and then he came back, because he's like, I heard 2 babies in there. Show me the baby. And he sniffed the other baby, and he made the most disappointed face, like, that's the same, it smells the same, and walked away.
Yeah, I saw sitting here, but you know what? He can just get over it. I'm already thinking in my head how to get him there. Okay. When they summon all the little bastards, when we bring Gayuki, Isumari, is it Feng? Feng?
Who knows?
Bakatsu, and then it's just Sandworm, which I thought was funny. He doesn't even get a cool name. He just is Sandworm.
Apparently, most of the other ones are yokai from Japanese mythology, and that's a Mongolian sandworm.
Yeah, that one is Mongolian, which is interesting. I love that for us. Anyway,
the horse feels like it's partially inspired by... Yeah, anyway, we can keep moving.
When suddenly those little bastards come out and we're doing a whole big-ass fight now, I was like, are you flipping kidding my face? Which is why it makes sense to have all these different people that are going to have to come in here, and why Kizaru is going to have to change sides. Luffy gets swallowed by another thing, by the way.
We haven't even talked about the world sinking yet.
Luffy gets swallowed by a lot of snake-like things.
It happens a lot. It's frequent. You got the shark, you have the brontosaurus, you have Laboon, you have...
It's a bit wild how many times Luffy is like, I'm Luffy, uh-oh, something swallowed me.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh, I've been swallowed. Okay, but let's talk about the world sinking. And the reason why we have, because this is another thing that I had on the Drawk prediction list.
You talked not about necessarily the same. Well, you talked about some cities being sunk to hide things. So I'm going to give you a gold star for that for sure. Now, obviously, the details were a little off, but how are you supposed to guess all this?
I mean, come on now. Let's be so for real right now.
I also want to say that it's so cool, and people pointed this out. You predicted that the government promoted racism to fishmen so that they couldn't show the secrets of these sunken cities that they'd sunk based off Jinbei's backstory, or sorry, not cover story.
Yeah.
And you did that, and I didn't hype it up because I was like, yeah, whatever, maybe. And then that became a mainstream theory weeks later when the world sinking was revealed, which is so cool.
And I had already predicted it a gazillion years earlier, which makes me happy.
Yeah, it became a mainstream theory weeks and weeks, or not like 3 weeks, after you said that.
Everyone is like, Mama's a cheat. Oh, yeah? Am I now? Look at this.
For you to be a cheat, you'd have to have like an in with Shueisha, or not Shueisha, Shonen Jump, just telling you what's on its way.
How do you know that I'm not Shonen Jump?
Well, and then you'd be a cheat.
A Shonen Jump who has never read a manga.
Yeah, you are a manga publishing magazine who never read a manga before. It's crazy, actually, when you put it like that. It's wild that you did that.
Did I mention that Oda and I are best friends? We share tea.
That, I guess.
One
I guess
uncomfortable point here is that I've never gone to Japan.
Yeah,
it's on my list, man.
It's
one
on
my
issue
list
with your plan. You have a dream that we will get to Japan via this series, and I think it's possible. And yeah,
I'm pretty excited. Okay, we get to see the whole world sitting around waiting. Vegapunk's message is coming out. They're all flipping out. I'm so glad we got to see a little bit more of that, by the way. And literally, we get to visit everybody globally, which, what a frickin' gift.
Except for, like, Skypiea and Thriller Bark, because everyone's dead there.
Yeah. And then he's like, the world as we know it will sink into the sea. And I'm like, well, that makes sense, because shit happened 800 years ago that are just like that. And how do we know? Because there's places underwater that the fishmen know about. And why do we want to keep the fishmen down there? And why do we want to promote slavery and hatred towards them and make them feel dirty? Because we need those bitches to keep their mouth closed. Why? Because we're evil. Like, I think we've already covered that. You saw the weirdos who jumped out of the summoning circles were led by pure, unadulterated evil. So it was absolutely crazy to get to look around the world and see people that we haven't seen in so long. Like, we got to go to Long Ring Longland. Ugh. And I was like, ooh, that's going to be uncomfortable for you guys. You already have issues with the ocean. This is already a problem. It's also cool because Oda took in problems that we have right now where we're talking about the sea levels rising up, turned them into a fictional kind of awesomeness, and then was like, let's chuck this crap out on the thing. We got to see Foxy. You're right. I was so excited. And then in my own way,
not great.
He's not doing the best. Vegapunk, don't you dare say another word. In my own way, I only ever hoped for peace, says Vegapunk. But this was the root of my first sin. What about the power plant? Not yet. The chamber must not be hard. I dreamt of a source of endless, eternal energy. And that's exactly what Oda is doing, bringing up the idea of energy and making it about energy in a world that is so freaking gas and oil dependent, where we're talking about our own problems with energy, and it's the problem of energy that's causing our own issues with our ocean rising. Like, come on. I was so excited for this. And my desire to push the world forward into the future. The mother flame.
And it's pretty hype.
And then he goes, I flew too close to the sun, which is ironic when you're talking about he flew too close to the sun, and yet Nika is the sun god. And I thought that was a chef's kiss detail that moves over there. Now we're watching everyone to try to escape while he's saying, allow me to explain just what it is that is happening to our world. And then we find out about 900 years ago to 800 years ago. And that's interesting, too, that he said from 900 to 800, because everyone always talks about 800 years ago, when in actuality, it was 900 years ago to 800 years ago, because we're moving backwards.
Yeah.
So 100 years,
it's 100 years is gone. It's not called the void year.
Exactly. And so you're like, oh, yeah, that would have had to be 900. There's a span of history that is completely and entirely blank. We call this the void century.
There were a lot of people, probably the reactionary fans that we've talked about, who I'm going to call Jujutsu Kaisen frogs. And for all the people who love Jujutsu Kaisen, just know I also do. It's fun. Just roll with it. Who have been complaining about Reaction Piece, the like 5 chapters in a row of Vegapunk explaining shit. And I think a lesser author, that is what this would feel like. But by seeing the elders grow increasingly desperate and self-destructive, and by seeing the world fall apart at this information, and watching the different reactions and checking in with every person we've seen, where they are, where they've gone, how this is affecting them, this feels thrilling to me. I'm like,
it was also like unironically, hilariously, I was thinking how it reminded me of Seinfeld. And if you were a Seinfeld fan, this also happened recently in the spinoff that came from Seinfeld. It's a whole thing. Anyways, they showed every single person that had ever been in Seinfeld at the end by having a court case kind of thing. Yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm, because the person in Curb Your Enthusiasm was the person who wrote Seinfeld.
I honestly feel like I'm one of the only people who likes the Seinfeld finale because of how funny it is to see all the people be like, no, these are pieces of shit. Let's go through the evidence of all the fucking bullshit they've done.
Yeah, I know it's not a necessary spin-off. I know that it's just the same dude who wrote it. Anyways, if anyone doesn't want to hear a thing about Curb Your Enthusiasm at end, I'm going to talk about it in 3,
Get ready for Curb Your Enthusiasm spoilers on the One Piece cast.
So in Curb Your Enthusiasm, they did the same kind of end as they did in Seinfeld, but they ended it slightly differently. And then the guy says to Jerry, because Jerry is a real person in this, he's Jerry Seinfeld, says to Jerry, "This is probably how we should have ended Seinfeld, eh?" And he goes, "Yeah." because in it there's actually a problem, a mismanagement of the jury, and so he gets off, and I thought that was super funny. Yeah. Sitting here turning great. Redeemed Pet the Boy. So Pet the Boy. Okay, we are done.
Come here.
Anyways,
tragically the boy escaped. When the bubble tea was delivered to me, the boy ran away.
Anyways, that's how that you're gonna have to pet the boy. You're gonna have to pet the boy eventually, because otherwise. Oh wait, can you please refund Sitting Here Turning their money? My wife is
delivering the boy. My wife is delivering the boy, apparently.
Okay.
My boy, come here. Yay! The boy is back.
90% of people started reading One Piece less than 5 years ago. You just blew my damn mind.
Yeah, most of that was because it was too long, so people didn't want to get into it, and then COVID happened.
What?
Those stats I don't think are true in Japan.
I need to go on, so we gotta go.
Country. I think English speaking. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
There is a span of history. It's entirely blank. We call it the Void Century. It means that there's a lost piece of history. In the form of poneglyphs, they're scattered across the world, and to decipher their contents, then it goes into Orange Town, and then we see our doggy, and oh god, it was so good to see all these people. However, the government has made a crime of the highest order to decipher the messages of poneglyphs, and despite being a member of the government myself, I broke this law. That was my second sin. Through the sheer tenacity of a group of excellent archaeologists, I inherited a number of poneglyphs which I have deciphered and continue studying the best of my ability, and I regret none of this. History, you see, tells a story. I can't believe the people that we run through. In other words, what I know is an incomplete story of 100 years of void. It would be dishonest to fill the blanks with speculation, so I will leave you with only one verified truth. The main character of the story, like the sun god Nika spoken in Elbaf legend, he fought with a body that stretched and contracted. His name was Joy Boy, and he was the very first man on this sea to be called a pirate. Okay, let's move forward. Flower capital Wano. Everyone's listening. People are in jail, including Damalo Black, who I don't care about. Go bite a donkey.
But isn't it funny that he's fake kid now?
Yeah, it was kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. I was like, are you kidding me? From a handful of poneglyphs.
He is kidding you.
But what I found there was a record of breathtaking, vast war. Joy Boy's enemy was the world government to the present day. More acutely, it was a precursor to the world government, a provisional army put together by 20 kingdoms known as the Alliance. You might say they had no other choice, so robust was Joy Boy's faction. And without knowing the spark that caused the war, I won't say who was right or wrong. I'll simply state that the two competing ideologies came head to head. As I mentioned earlier, for its time, 900 years ago, the country of Joy Boy's birth was a startlingly advanced civilization. So it's going to be interesting whether or not Joy Boy aligned himself with the Buccaneers or was a Buccaneer.
I think he was a Buccaneer, and the Lunarians were slaves, and you can't be a pirate if you align yourself with the nation, which is why I think that Buccaneers were slaves of the Lunarians.
I think that's interesting. We'll talk about it later. And the weapons that were used over the course of 100 years in this conflict appear to be impossible to recreate with the latest modern science. And therein lies the problem. Over. The Void Century. came to a close with the defeat of Joy Boy. Obnoxious bio. But not before leaving us vast permanent scars of war across the face of the world. And so the world is made up of a series of islands. Sailing between them is difficult, which is what I talked about before.
You got so hyped when you read this. People don't know how hyped she got. She was like, I said this! I said they made it hard to get places on purpose, and everyone said I was crazy. And yeah, you all said she was crazy, and then Vegapunk's like, and by the way, did you know that if they did it on purpose?
And I was like, yeah, this is me, the vindication!
You
the
call
vindication!
me crazy!
Actually, I want a shooting star for that.
Fucking, yeah, there you go. Boom!
Thank you. Oh my god, it was beautiful. Thank you, Drawk.
That was cool. Let me try that noise again.
Wow. That was incredible. Thank you. They locked me in a room, a rubber room with rats. Rats make me crazy. Sailing between them is difficult, and many people never experience anything but their own culture and home, which you want them to. Does not necessarily apply to the world 1,000 years ago, because a cataclysm occurred during the void century, causing the world to sink once before. We are currently living on pieces of the continent you called me crazy that existed long ago. The world of a millennium ago now slumbers unseen at the bottom of the ocean.
When we find out about the genetically engineered Haitian slaves, people are gonna think it's fucking Nostradamus. Anyways, yeah.
I feel so vindicated by this. I can't even tell you. What I want to do is high five him over and over again. I want to find Oda and be like, yeah, the vindication is hard. In fact, we can assume there's a number of continents we don't even know about. If the world were still the same as it was in the past, the act of racing 100 years would simply be unthinkable. When you understand that the rise in the sea level over that century was 200 meters, which is what, Drawk? Why is that a significant amount?
Genuinely, I actually don't know where you're going right now.
It's actually one of the end results of how high we think the ocean could move up.
Oh, I didn't realize. That's cool.
Let me go in.
I mean, that's not cool, because that would eradicate every city known to man, with very rare exceptions.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
That's cool. I like that. That's neat. I like that.
That's fine. Alberta's not in the sea. You can hang out in the Rocky Mountains. There's actually lots left.
Alberta, my favorite place.
No, Rocky Mountains, so you can get beachfront property.
I've mentioned how much I love Alberta. Hey guys, Alberta people, don't listen to the next part. It's yeah, this is
no, we don't have time for your hatred.
Alberta, there's oil everywhere. The one part of Alberta they brag about looking pretty is the one part of it that looks like a normal part of BC. Anyways, let's move on.
So the dramatic shift couldn't happen within a single century, so the cause is something else. And when I detected the rise worldwide sea levels the other day, I had my answer. I knew the cause and confirmed its existence. The ancient weapons that sank the world into the sea 800 years ago still exist today, and to wait the moment that they will stir once again. In other words, the vast war that arose during the void century never came to an end.
This whole piece is so fucking crazy.
Come on, that is next level bonkers. That's bonkeroni. We're still fighting. How are we still fighting? We're hiding things, but we're still at war. And then did you see this? Did you see when Emu walks over from the war 800 years ago still ongoing, how could any of them still be alive? How could any of them still be alive? And then it shows Emu standing in front of a picture of that woman. How can the war still be going on if nobody knows about it? Explain, Vegapunk.
But this is what I love, that it goes to what Emu said of the D don't even remember what they are, but it doesn't matter because the spirit is carried on.
Exactly. But it's a little bit overly crazy that Emu stands in front of that picture, which is Lily, and stares at it with big ass eyes.
Let's wrap this up. Let's wrap.
Though it's still incomplete, I have reached the last practical stage. And it is the energy source that will one day future enrich all the lives of the world. Unfortunately, a little piece of that flame has been stolen. The fault lies entirely with me. And then when he explains that that's the reason why an entire piece of land was taken away, the flame I created was used to activate an ancient weapon. I know nothing about who might have carried it out. And then there's so many things in here. In the past, there were 3 ancient weapons. We're gonna have our
Theorycraft video that we can keep going on, right?
Yeah. And Joy Boy attempted to preserve them for the future. So listen to me. When we come back, the Void Century is still ripe with mysteries. However, there are some who have learned the truth. Dun 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 dun. The king of the pirates crew. Dun 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 dun.
Page is cool as fuck. Yep.
Page is cool. Why are there secrets of the world at the hands of the pirates? We're all in terrible danger. Wait. What do you mean? When the timeline doesn't add up? It goes on and on.
Yeah, we gotta skip
under
all the
protection of the Iron Giant, the 5 elders. Yeah. Anyways, here's my point. And then, oh my God, Roger getting drunk Rayleigh getting drunk as heck and being like, don't let them know. Just let them live out their life.
Yeah, says the world's greatest swimmer.
Too late, my friend. Too late. And when it cut off, but then it comes back, so we missed the D, apparently. Makes me so sad. But on the other hand, when we cut off and we were about to find out the D, I was like, God damn it, the D is the biggest thing ever. Oh my God.
Don't tell us. And then they don't tell us, and we're like, what the fuck?
I was like, those who bear the name of D, Luffy, Ace, within you, there is...
This would tie in with your thought that the D are sleeper agents. Like, instead of there being a person, there is a will within you.
Yeah,
but exactly. Then it comes back to his name is. So, probably a person? I don't know. We gotta keep moving. We gotta schmoove.
No, we're at the end, because we got to the 119. But let's just look at 119, because we didn't pull it apart yet. But I gotta tell you, 119... when the Iron Giant went down, but she gonna come back up. Where did it go? How many Vegapunks are still alive? Set sail, Luffy. Woohoo! We're on the giant ship and it's huge. Luffy just is excited about everything. Luffy just chooses chaos joy. Okay.
I've always been free.
Okay, let's go through this so that everyone can see the spiral.
Okay.
And now we're floating above the water. Bonnie! Whoa, Nika. Who's that anyway? That's a festival rhythm. So the beating of Luffy's heart is the beat of a festival rhythm.
Probably the Sun Festival we know that happened that Big Mom fucking destroyed.
Yeah, that she destroyed is the beating of the festival. So the pieces of Joy Boy are buried in open sight, threaded throughout every bit of history. Stop dancing and put out the fire, you dummy. Let's go. You want to beat those guys. I don't know how your powers work, but you can do it. That's what I look like when I'm free. Luffy tells her to become Joy Boy. Luffy asks her to take on the same mantle. Does she have the same power? No. Does she have the same ability to intertwine her haki? No. Is she going to have anything like him? No. But Luffy says to her, there's so much more inside of you. He says right here, I don't know how your powers work. That's what I look like when I'm free. And she goes, distorted future where I'm the most free. And so what is she going to pick? She's going to pick this. It's been put into every part of her DNA.
I love that this means Luffy has inspired her enough to believe in a future where she is free.
Exactly. And then he says right to her, where I'm the most free.
You know what?
Now you got it. Let me finish.
Sorry,
now you've got it, Bonnie. Let's go. And she looks at him. Yeah. And Kuma is standing on the side watching his daughter embody the ultimate freedom, the thing that he has always seen as the most ultimate sign of freedom that he has carried ancestrally his whole life and passed on to his baby. And we get to see that. It's
just beautiful.
Nothing but designed writing at a godlike level. The way that he has given her that, he has given her that power over 100 chapters more.
And we're seeing incredible. Everything with Elbaf in that. We're getting to see them react to everything at the same time and add meaning to it, add impact. Like, it's just everything working together.
Yes. Exactly. And so then when the giants see them both up there and they go, Nika! And they're just thrilled. Listen up, boys. You can hurt these guys by ripping them up or crushing them. And then just enjoys fighting and enjoys it because he knows that he is creating freedom for others. And that in this form, he just gets to be like, woo, Dog-a-loon, and start fighting his ass off. And our underwater iron giant comes back to life underneath because he's got all the Joy Boy up on top, beating out the Sun Festival song, beating out the rhythm of freedom. And he's like, no, I'm going to come back to life. So shit's going to happen with him. He's definitely...
He's back. He's punching.
When he comes up, he rips off the horn. There's going to be way more to Emmett. Emmett is going to be like... Emmett's going to have some secrets. Emmett's going to become...
us starting the chapter with who the fuck is Emmett?
Emmett is going to have some secrets. Emmett is going to be a honkin' ass deal because Emmett has history and missing technology, and I look forward. I'm hoping that Frankie gets to work with the whole cyborg community, Vegapunk leftover, and the information that was taken, and that they can play with Emmett in the end. Oh, this was good.
It was beautiful. Egghead, it's not technically over yet, but I think it's my favorite.
I'm already saying, yeah, I think it's my favorite too.
Like,
and that's hard for me. You know how I feel about my favorite.
Yeah, is your favorite still Impel Down, or is it Wano? Like, it's hard.
I think it's gonna be Egghead. I'm struggling with the Wano because I love Japanese history. I love the way the things were woven in.
They're such opposites. One is concise and one is bloated, but the one that's bloated has the highest joy peak of the series.
But I just also love Impel Down. I love the way Impel Down was put together. He constructed that one so well.
Yeah.
And then put hidden gems in.
I'm going to ask you, is the most hated character of the arc our friend Saturn?
Oh God, do we even need to ask that?
He's the first character worse than Charlos. He's the worst character in One Piece.
He's the worst character ever.
He's the
I hate
most
him so much.
Man.
Yeah, like I hate that man so much.
Who's got the drip?
Who's got the drip? He says, then goes in tight on Bonnie's boobs.
We're caught up now. I'm gonna give my opinion too.
Let's do this together, side by each, back and forth. Okay.
My number one drip. Centaur mode. Ethan Baron Venus Juro.
What?
Number one drip of the arc. Too cool. Too stylish. Too great.
Okay. I see you.
Is he a good guy? No. Is he the coolest, baddest looking motherfucker? Yeah. Centaur mode specifically, not horse, not man. Both of those are like not in the top 10. Horseman, number one.
All right. I mean, I don't necessarily agree, even though it's body and not necessarily outfit.
I mean, look, the outfit works because of skeleton horse lower body.
Oh, yeah. You couldn't get away with that without the skeleton horse body.
No, that's how he pulls it off.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hard for me.
Mm-hmm.
Hard for me.
Mm-hmm. Devon does look kind of great, honestly.
I'm struggling because a lot of people are wearing the same drip.
Yeah. And we don't want to just do the outfits we saw last time.
But you know who I never mentioned, and I love their drip, and so they're a team for me?
Yeah.
Is Dory and Brogy.
Dory and Brogy makes a lot of sense.
Their drip is rich, and I love it. And when they came back on, I immediately thought, damn, I love these guys look. Like, these guys are drawn cool. So I'm going to go with Dory and Brogy as a combo, and I would never separate those.
And now my other character is Nika Bonnie.
For drip?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But I'm going to put Luffy and Bonnie up there together because their drip is similar and they complement each other. And Oda did an amazing job. She sashed up. He sashed up. She's got white stockings. He's got white. You know what I mean? Like,
you know what?
He did a really good job of creating like they look better as a team.
You know
Cloud
what?
babies.
I wanted to be part of this part, but I think it's got to be your top 5 because from now on we're going to go back through and I'll give my say. But I think this is your victory lap. Give me your top. Let's do the top 5. The final top 5. I'm not going to.
I'm always happy to share. Are you sure?
This is your victory lap. Let's just. This is the last chance you're gonna have.
Bonnie's number 1. Bite me.
Valid. Fair.
Bite me 9 ways from Tuesday. Bonnie is 1. But she didn't get there on her own. She's there with her dad. Kuma is number 1 too.
There we go.
So Bonnie and Kuma are my top 2, or my top 1, and I am thrilled with it.
And
then my number 2 in this is gonna be I hate this, Saturn.
It's so funny that he's the most hateable character, but also, I mean, he's so compelling.
Do I hate it? Yes, but did he make a story fire? Yep. Also, yes. Number 3 is Vegapunk.
Which one?
Old dude.
Yeah, fair. Stella?
Yeah.
He did a lot. I mean, most of the part he was in is flashback where it's only him.
Yeah, he runs it through, dude. Like, you can put them all together, but he runs it through. I hope these are short ads. This is a thing that I want other people to see.
Yeah.
Where am I? I've done 1, 2, and 3 now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't. You know what? Next week, because this person said we didn't even talk about the Oppenheimer of it all, and I agree, and I agree, and I agree.
There's so much, guys. This is
next
dense.
Week. Let's do the new chapter, and let's go richer back about 5 chapters, like after Vegapunk.
Isn't it break next week?
Oh, is it? Is that the week you're gone?
No, it's break week from the manga. The manga's not releasing a new chapter.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's you and I come on and just do some theorying around the end of this. Let's do the last 10 chapters together again.
Yeah.
Because we didn't do it justice. You can't with the shit that happened. I really want to dive into
theories with you about it too, because there's so much about the world.
You and I came up with 100 theories, so let's you and I sit down and really, let's just bash this baby out.
Let's let Chad interrogate our theories to make them stronger, to find the weak points.
Not only that, but let's also next week we're gonna bring some other things to the table. Like
we talked about Pearl early on. Don't worry.
We talked about what?
We talked about Pearl early on. Someone's like, we got to talk about Pearl. And I'm like, we already did, bud. You missed it. Sorry.
Why do we need to talk about Pearl?
I'm mad that Pearl is alive.
Redeemer of Dark in YouTube said to me, had a great question, and they have another thing where they asked what devil fruit that I would design.
Can we do that before the goodbye, after we very quickly do the rest of the top 5, minor character, and Luffy, tier list of Luffy?
Yeah, but you've been having more years to think about this than I am. Okay, but let's just go.
Yeah, let's do that before the goodbye, though. So we finish the wrap up first.
Okay, my number 4. No, I'm going to do number.
You would go in order if you didn't do number 5 first, which would be crazy.
Oh, F those. F that. F it.
This is my favorite picture I've done on stream, I think.
My number. Part 5. I don't care. You know what? I am going to do it right. My number 4 is Dory and Brogy.
You already did Dorian Brogy for number 2.
Oh no, I did them at the top, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You did them. Oh wait, you did them for fashion.
That was outfit.
No,
that was outfit. How dare
crazy.
you?
I'm crazy.
Yeah, they are my number 4 and my number 5, which is crazy that I'm not straw hatting all the way, but it's too crazy. Is the Iron Giant.
Interesting. It's about who brings you joy, so that's fair. What brings you joy?
Yeah. So number 1, tied with my Bonnie and Makuma.
I'm just gonna give my number 1 instead of a full list because this is still in your victory lap mode and it's boring. It is just the same. It's Bonnie and Kuma. They're inseparable and they're incredible.
Yeah, they brought so much to this. So much. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. We need to talk about Stussy next time. We need to go back over this again.
You know what? Next week, before we do a tier list video, that's what we're on. We're on just do it again. Play it again. And fucking more detail, more loop.
I want more time this week. You and I are going to talk and we're going to come up with our theories and thinkings and then come back on here.
I have never liked art I've done for the stream as much as this.
Oh, it's gorgeous. You've done a gorgeous job. My Luffy tier, Luffy is S+.
Yeah, come on. The boy is freedom. He
gave it all.
How does our protagonist keep getting better?
He gave it all in this. He just gave it all.
So the thing that you want to talk about is someone asked what our devil fruit would be, and you wanted to give ideas we had so that chat could hit us up in the Discord until we're ready to do a video about it, and then we do a video explaining the devil fruits we've come up with and what they do.
Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. They asked what devil fruits we would design. Join the Discord and put them in. Could we create a devil fruit area?
I think we could make a thread within the Discord, yeah.
Yeah, a thread.
Oh, and if you're in the Discord, the One Piece spoiler chat is going to become the One Piece chat, and the book club chat will no longer be for One Piece once we decide on what we're reading next. It'll be for whatever that is.
Yep. Wild.
Okay. So are you going to decide, or do you have an idea for your devil fruit you want to pitch?
You go
like
first, because I've got like a couple and I would just like to
My devil fruit is based off of, I had an idea for a shonen power system that would be about people having superpowers based off of what they see power as, how they conceptualize power. And I wanted the main character to be someone who conceptualized information as power, but not what you know, the ability to convey information to others. So I have come up with the thought fruit. The thought fruit is very simple. It allows you to project thoughts into other people. However, the thoughts you're able to project into other people, if you're just nearby them, are very simple things like, what am I about to do? You can basically project your attacks with a, come on with a GH, you know what I'm talking about. However, when you punch people or otherwise hit them, the harder you hit them, the more information you can put into them. So the use of this fruit would require extensive research of politics and philosophy to always have a counterpoint available. And instead of saying it, you fight like a brawler, getting an opening for a sucker punch, blasting a contradicting ideology, concept, philosophy, or argument into the person you're fighting to change their opinion and make them not do what they want to do.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the Takano Jutsu
cool.
punch.
Okay, I've got 2, and I can't decide which one I like more. Do you want to talk to me about it for a minute? Because yours is pretty awesome.
Yeah, let's do it.
So my first one is called the merge fruit. And
okay,
what the merge fruit allows you to do is to completely merge with any object or person.
Okay.
So that your essence is absorbed but inside of whatever the hell you want. So
That's
you
wild.
become one with it. Yeah. Bird flying by comes closer to you, like in the lower levels, you wouldn't be able to merge very far, but upper levels you would. So you can get away just by going and merging into the bird and just flying off.
Or if you have a crewmate with a bird Zoan, they could see you in trouble, fly past, and you just gone,
merge into them.
This is basically the jacket fruit, but not shitty.
Also, you could merge into other things like objects. Somebody comes in a room and doesn't see you. Well, that's because you've literally merged into the couch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's one of them. And the other one is the friend fruit.
Okay.
Your ability is you make people want to be your friend and not fall in love with you, but just want to be your friend, want to believe your ideas, want to think the things you think are right.
Here's where I'm at. I like it as a power. I think the first one feels more One Piece to me. The second one feels
That's what I was thinking too, because the other one feels close to Boa's, but it's not. I would think of it more as like people just want to be your best friend.
And it's like, yeah, it's a bit, it's like turning Luffy's personality into a power, and that feels like it goes a bit anti-theme. So I think the first one, and that's
kind of what I think. So I think merge fruit.
Yeah, someone already is pointing out a cool use for the thought fruit, which is, imagine fighting someone, but every time they punch you, all of Hamlet goes into you. No, literally. Imagine like you fight someone and your contradicting ideology doesn't change their mind. They're like, I've already considered all of these alternatives you're presenting, so I'm still on my path of evil. And you're like, all right. And now every time you punch them, you're forcing them to suddenly like, boom, here's an entire book series plot that you now have to confront in this moment. Boom, here's my 4th grade experience. And you're just trying to like overwhelm them because every time you're getting a hit in, you're just clouding their brain. That's immediately so cool. And I didn't even think of that.
The reason I liked the merge fruit is I saw an idea similar to how I still hope that we're going to merge all the crews together, blah, blah, blah. But I saw it as if I merged into Robin, that my strength and my haki can strengthen hers, because I can't bring in a new thing, but my haki and my devil fruit will allow me to like upgrade hers and make hers that much more powerful.
Ooh. Okay. I think we're good for today. We did it. You read One Piece.
I read all of One Piece.
You fucking did it.
Oh God, Red Potato. So join the Discord, and that's where you can put in ideas that you think could happen with our.
I think if other people want to, I don't think it'll be enough to just talk about ours. So I think other people should pitch their devil fruits,
100%.
And that way we can go over the best ones we see.
Yeah, and then I think that we'll let YouTube vote on which one is the very best.
I think that's a good idea.
But next week, we need to talk about what ours are thoroughly, and everyone needs to put their ideas in so we can do them justice.
Zero also has one last point, which is I told you when you were miserable through the long stretch, all the way from Sabaody Archipelago to post-war, where I told you the suffering was worth it. Was it worth it to make it this far?
It really, really was. And I need to say that I read pretty extensively. I have been involved in a lot of things. This is one of the most masterful pieces of writing I have ever seen in my life. I can't think of anything off of the top of my head that I feel was done better.
That's how I feel. It's not that it's flawless, because nothing is, but it doesn't need to be flawless. It just needs to do what it does in a way nothing else ever has. And I truly don't think I've seen media that can create as much joy. And that is remarkable.
You guys have no idea. People who catch up, it must be hard for you. It's not going to be that hard for me, because I've been kept in the dark. And baby, I'm coming out into the sun. I'm going to consume like I have Luffy's appetite. Nothing is safe for me. I'm going to eat every piece of One Piece ever made. Thank you for all of those, Curdy Dan.
Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much for being here.
So stoked.
There's gonna be way more from us in the future. We already have so many more ideas than we can do. We're gonna go through them at a steady rate and just have fun.
I'm having so much fun, baby.
Everybody, until next time. And then
squish on squishies.
It's been lovely talking to you. I'm sending you over to Oak Tea. She has way more viewers than I've ever seen her have, and she's super cool.
Oh,
so
thank you, Dr. Jack.
I can't see chat anymore. Oh, thank you, guys.
I am going to make so many heavy predictions. Everybody is so worried for me, and I'm like, bro, this is how I've always done.
To theorize with again, because I've never, or at all, because I've never really had that.
It's gonna be so fun, Drawk. Like I have been in the dark. We're both in the light. I have never been able to see the future, and I still don't get to see the future. So you and I are gonna theorize our asses off together. For me, it's the same thing. We're just predicting out of the black, but it's gonna be interesting. Oh, we are gonna predict some shit.
Okay, it's about your time out. I'm having to send you guys. Thank you so much.
Come on.
We'll be here forever.